Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Acting City Attorney, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
City Clerk,
Yes, sir.
City Manager,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Everett, I'm going to say Vice Mayor
Yes.
Murphy. I call this City Commission workshop for Tuesday, October the 8th, 2019 to order at 5:08 p.m. May we please stand for the invocation given by Vice Mayor Mervin, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Father God, in the name of Jesus, God, as we come before you today, God, we say thank you. God, we ask you, oh God, as we come together today, God, to make the decisions for our city. We ask you, God, look upon our commission, our city staff, our residents, oh Father. Father God, we ask you, God, touch our hearts, oh God, and touch our minds, oh God, and lead us in the right direction, oh Father. Lead us in the right to make the right decisions, oh God, that we benefit to our city. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Babb,
Present.
Commissioner Bolin,
Present.
Commissioner Everett,
Here.
Commissioner Hill, Vice Mayor Mervin,
Present.
City Manager,
Here.
Interim City Attorney,
Here.
City Clerk is present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, staff, and thank each of you all from the public for being out here tonight to participate in our workshop of Tuesday, October the 8th, 2019. This workshop of the City of Pahokee is being held to discuss the following presentation given by RLI 2019 respondents. Just to give you a quick brief background, we sent out requests for letters of interest for our city attorney services. We had actually 4 respondents. 2 was disqualified, 1 because the information was submitted late, the other one because the information wasn't completed. Therefore, we have 2 here tonight that will be providing a presentation before this commission. After the presentation, we would ask if there are some questions from the commission for any clarification or anything we would like to ask, we would do that. We would give the respondent up to 15 minutes for their presentation. You don't have to take the entire 15 minutes, but you do have 15 minutes for your presentation. We're going to follow the presentation as presented in our workshop. So at this time, if there are no further questions from the commission, how we're going to proceed, we will go ahead and get this presentation started. At this time, City Clerk, would you call the first respondent?
The first respondent is Ms. Bernadette Norris Weeks.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Bernadette Norris Weeks. I'm your current interim city attorney. I have with me today, along with myself, Michelle Austin Pammies, who is also with our firm. This is the type of work that we do. We are a firm that provides governmental entities legal services. We've been doing this work for over 20 years now. We represent cities currently in Miami-Dade County, in Broward, and in Palm Beach counties. And there are not a lot of firms that do this kind of work. I can tell you that we're the largest minority-owned firm in the state of Florida providing legal services to municipalities. There's very little that we have not seen over a number of years of practicing law for municipal government. We're certainly qualified to respond to your RLI, and we've done that. One of the greatest things that I felt great pleasure in, because our firm has a great reputation for doing this work, is the fact that in our very first meeting here, Commissioner Boland talked about what a great job she heard we have done in the city of South Bay and Palm Beach County. And we're very proud of that. And if we go back just to talk about some examples of things that we've done while representing municipalities, when we took over the city of South Bay, it was a city that had many, many lawsuits, including lawsuits with other governmental entities where they had been sued. We came in, we quickly, within the 2-year period, resolved the lawsuits that were pending, and we put a lot of measures in place to prevent other lawsuits from happening. Right now, we have 0 lawsuits pending against the city of South Bay. When we took over that city, the lines were out the door in terms of people coming to commission meetings to complain about various things. The state had an oversight that it was undergoing with the city of South Bay. That is no longer the case. The city is doing very well. It is thriving. It is looked at right now as an area in the Glades area that has a great potential, and we've been able to enter into several deals with developers to do different things in the city, including a convenient kind of a gas station that's a new, that just came online within the last 12 months. So the city is moving in a great direction. We also represent, in addition to small municipalities, we also represent large municipalities as well. We represent the city of Miramar, which is probably the 6th largest city in the state of Florida. And so with doing this type of work, it lends us the opportunity to understand what's going on in other cities, best practices for other cities, things that we can do to improve cities. We look at all kinds of agreements. Just recently, we completed an agreement, an economic development agreement that we have, at your request, you asked us to look to opportunities with a possible developer, and we've done that, and that developer now has the economic development agreement in hand. We're tough negotiators, we're tough litigators, and we do a great job. We win. And so the great thing about our firm is that we have a great reputation for winning, and that is whether it's...
Ms. Weeks, you out of order, sir, in the front with the camera. If you continue to disrupt this proceeding, you'll be asked to leave kindly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we are very fortunate to be in that position. We are qualified and certified to practice not only in all state courts, but also in all federal courts within the state of Florida. That is not something that you find, generally speaking, within firms, but we are prepared, if something is filed, to be able to go into federal court and state court as well. We have a lot of the qualifications that we have are outlined in our materials. One of the things that you may be interested in, while we provide 3 to 4 attorneys to the city of Pahokee, you see me as the face of the city attorney's office when I'm here, but if I'm not here, we do have 2 other attorneys who are very qualified, and one of them you met, Lisa Crawford, and the other one is right next to me, Michelle Austin-Pamies. Michelle and I work closely with the city manager. We have a lot of communication with him in terms of what kind of things are appropriate and not to go before you, what kind of ideas or issues need to be adjusted before they come before you. we're very proud of the work that we've done since we've been within the city of Pahokee. For instance, we have been in a part of what we do, without going too deep into detail, but a part of what we do is we're able to capture, reformat agreements, put them in the right way and right perspective so that you get them and they are, you can be assured that they have been researched or looked at before you get them. We've done that consistently since we've been here. One of the other things that you may have seen change in your packets would be the way that the resolutions are presented. We pay attention to detail. The resolutions of, if you look at these resolutions and ordinances compared to ones that you may have seen even 6 months ago before we came, I think you'll find that it's a stark difference, not a light difference, but a stark difference in terms of the presentation. So we think that we've upgraded the documents that you see and the contracts that you review so that they are done in a way that comports with other cities, not only in the surrounding area, but throughout the state of Florida. We have a number of talented people within the firm. We do land use, we do real estate law, we do, we obviously write contracts, resolutions, ordinances. We do all of the things, whether it's foreclosure. Michelle handles the cases, municipal cases, and she'll tell you a little bit about that in a minute, that we have to go through for the city of Pahokee every other week or so in Belle Glade. So we're behind the scenes doing a lot of things that you don't see. And while I don't make reports, legal's a little bit different. So when you have your meetings and I say no report on the record, it's because we don't want to be in a position where we're diving into issues and put you in a position that is disadvantageous for the city because we say something in a public meeting that's used against the city. So when I have an issue, such as tonight, where we want to bring a shade meeting to the city to talk about a specific issue, those are the kind of things that we engage you on. Otherwise, we do our work and we do it well and we do it fairly quietly, working in cooperation with the necessary staff. I think I've been in touch with all of you on different issues. We are available. We make ourselves available, whether it is on a weekend or in the morning or at night or during the day. We pride ourselves on making sure that we are available to you and that you can ask us questions, and we try to have good answers for you when you ask us those questions. There are a number of different things that I could go through. We are a highly qualified firm again. All of us have worked hard. We've done all the right stuff that we're supposed to do. All of us in the firm graduated at high levels in our class. Michelle was at the very top of her class. I wasn't there, but I was in the in the top third. And so we're a smart group of attorneys, and we come to you not people who aren't qualified to do the work, not begging for the work, but we come to you as qualified people to do the type of work that we are well versed to do and we've been doing. So without delay, I introduce to you Michelle Austin-Panties.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm not going to add too much to what the content of what Bernadette said, but I'd like to introduce myself a little bit to the commission, because you've seen me come here before, and really it's the city manager and the city clerk that I deal with most regularly. So in terms of my background and experience, I've been practicing for over 23 years. I started at Holland & Knight, which is one of the largest law firms in Florida. It's not the largest at the time. And in their corporate department, that's where I worked. I also did city work. There was a partner representing the city of Coral Gables at the time, so I was doing municipal work. I went on to do different things, including being the general counsel of a state agency in Tallahassee. The agency was the Agency for Workforce Innovation. It's now the Department of Economic Opportunity. I was that agency's first general counsel and put into place most of the structures that are being used today in the legal department. I've been practicing now with Bernadette for a number of years, and our main focus has been municipal law. And we've grown the firm. We've been able to expand, like she said, into Miami-Dade, Broward County, and Palm Beach County, representing cities. we believe that working in working in Pahokee is extraordinary because we have work in South Bay. We've done excellent work. And this is in addition to that. It would be a bonus for us to be continuing to work in this region. We really appreciate the work we've done for you so far. We're proud of the work we've done for you so far, and we hope to have the opportunity to continue to do it. Just one more time, there is no area of practice that a municipality would need assistance with that we are not capable of providing and effectively. And in terms of our litigation skills, we've represented clients, including municipalities, in litigation where we have published cases in federal court where we win. And it's something that you can research and have a look at. And I think that we've done good work for you thus far. We'd like to continue to do the work, and I think you'll be very proud of the quality of the legal work product that's put out by the City of Pahokee. Thank you.
Thank you.
So in short, we thank you for the opportunity. We hope to continue to do work for the City of Pahokee, and we're very proud of the work we've done, like Michelle has said, and we're here and available for you if you have any questions.
Thank you.
One more comment in closing. When I did say Belglade, is because I actually go up to the to court in Belglade for the City of Pahokee. I go there where we represent the city in the open container cases, which are criminal matters, and we've been doing that since we've been here as well.
Thank you. At this time, City Commission, having heard the presentation, are there any question you would like to ask of the respondents? It's not mandatory, but just a clarification or anything you would like to ask them. And we'll start with Vice Mayor Mervyn.
I don't have any questions, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Everett.
I would like to wait until both candidates finish.
Thank you, sir.
Can we do that? Can we wait till both have done it and then answer questions?
If that's your preference, yeah, we can do that.
Okay, I agree. I'd like to do that as well.
Okay. I guess I'll follow suit also. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
The next respondent is Nason Yeager, Gerson, Harrison Funeral.
Good evening. We're very pleased to be here tonight to speak to you. My name's Carlin Kowalski, and this is my partner, John Fumero. And we'd like to be a bit informal and make sure you get to know us and what we do, what our qualifications are, and a little bit of our personality as well, just so you get a flavor for who you're dealing with and how they might interact in your city matters. So just to start with, we have three lawyers on our Pahokee legal team. We have a firm of 27 lawyers. We have 2 offices in Palm Beach County, and those lawyers bring with us a depth of legal knowledge. We've got everything from commercial litigation to real estate to all kinds of business matters. Mr. Fumero and myself specialize in government work, and we've been doing it for a long time. Both of us have been practicing law for over 30 years, so we've seen a lot of different issues throughout our legal careers. I recently was the Deputy General Counsel at the South Florida Water Management District just up the road. So with that experience, I'm pretty familiar with issues in the Glades communities, and got to know a little bit about your industries here. Yeah, go ahead.
Just add, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commission members. My name is John Fumero. As Carlin said, we've spent our professional life in government or representing government. And if you would, we submitted a proposal to you. In that proposal, I'm just going to highlight a few things, and I would urge you, as you deliberate and make a decision, to please contact some of the local governments, the cities that we have represented, to get a reference, because I can tell you that I believe I've been effective for my clients. I have represented clients in federal court and in state court. I've argued before all of the district courts of appeal in Florida in published opinions, which you can just Google to get that information. I have been retained as an expert, not as a lawyer, as an expert in public records, sunshine, and ethics laws. I recently, this year, testified in Martin County. I don't know if you've read, but 2 Martin County commissioners were criminally charged with public records violations by the state attorney in Martin County. It was a very serious issue. I was brought in as an expert in public records law and testified in court and for Commissioner Sarah Hurd's trial. We are a member of the Palm Beach County League of Cities, and we've seen some of you at the League of Cities luncheons, because this is what we do day in and day out. You know, in terms of the representation, I have represented Martin County, Lee County, Palm Beach County, the City of Port St. Lucie, City of Atlantis, Fort Lauderdale, the City of Miami. I was the former General Counsel of the South Florida Water Management District. So we know what it is to represent individuals like you in the public eye. We know what it means to be accountable to the electorate, what it means to be transparent to the electorate, because that's what we've done for our professional lives. Drafting ordinances, drafting any kind of quasi-legislative items that comes before you is something we've done. You, as the commission, you set policy. My job and the manager's job is to execute on that policy. And that's what we've done our entire career. Public finance, bond work, land use, zoning, comp plan. I've been involved in hundreds of administrative proceedings, and I am presently involved in administrative proceedings dealing with land use, planning, and zoning issues before the City of Boca Raton, the City of Atlantis. I have filed some legal challenges for the City of, the Palm Beach County on some matters on behalf of the City of Atlantis. We've also have some extensive utility experience. I have been in this room on numerous occasions because I was the former general counsel of the Glades Water Authority. And when that was my firm formed the Glades Water Authority, working with Palm Beach County. Ultimately, as you all know, that authority transformed into a different structure. But while it was a water authority, I was here working with Pahokee, South Bay, and Belglade, and the county to try to make it work and do what was a historic effort and a critical effort for the communities out here in the Glades. So I know the Glades issues, not just because I was the general counsel and director of governmental affairs at the Water Management District for 15 years, but also because part of my practice involves dealing with issues involving agriculture, economic development. I've represented the Economic Development Council of Lee County. Lake Okeechobee. There are major issues involving Lake Okeechobee that I don't have to tell you, you know better than I do, have a significant impact on you as a city and these communities. I have lived Lake Okeechobee issues, and I mean literally and figuratively for my adult life, because I've been involved in those issues beginning with my work at the Water Management District. I'll just end with a few important points here. Real world experience counts. So when you look at our proposal, and if you are inclined to consider us, I would ask you, as I said, look at the references. Call the city manager in Port St. Lucie, where I didn't do work for the city of Port St. Lucie. I was the city attorney for the city of Port St. Lucie. I've done work for dozens of municipalities, but the city of Port St. Lucie is the 8th largest municipality. I was the city attorney, and I managed a 7-attorney in-house office that they had. I managed that for 2 years until they were able to bring in another attorney to serve as they don't hire a firm there. They're large enough where they have their in-house city attorney. Many large municipalities when you get to a certain point, you hire in-house staff. For a municipality like Pahokee, it makes sense for you to bring in an outside firm to provide you with counsel. But as I said, real-world experience, understanding what it is that you deal with as elected officials, understanding that I have to work with the manager day in, day out to help execute the policy that you set here in these meetings is very important. Dealing with public records laws, I don't know if you've heard, but there are firms and individuals out there now that are preying on small municipalities, filing false public records requests, and then suing when they allegedly don't get a response or a timely response to that request. I've been involved, I don't read the cases, I've been involved in public records lawsuits on behalf of local governments, defending those lawsuits. ADA claims, there's also been recent case law about ADA claims having to do with individuals that are hearing or vision impaired and websites. And that's an area frankly, if I were retained, this is one of the areas I would work on. That's an area you really need to address sooner rather than later. So we have the capabilities, we have the experience, we have the know-how and institutional history out here in Palm Beach County in general and in the Glades specifically. We would welcome the opportunity to come and serve the commission and work hand in hand with your manager and your staff to make things happen in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
City Commissioner, if you were saying continue to stand, what I'm going to do is just do the reverse opposite. We had the first presentation, there was a second. We're going to ask a question now, if you have any, to the respondent that's here now at the podium. So again, I'll start with, okay, Commissioner Everett.
One of the questions that I have is with regards, you spoke to the heart of small communities. And you spoke about how oftentimes firms or lawyers have been preying on small communities, and sometimes small communities are great, there's a charm, but then there's a double-edged sword when it comes to small communities. What have you done? Well, let me ask, have you had previous experience with small communities and the nuances that working in small communities do bring?
Yes, so local government work, and you know this better than I do, this is where the rubber meets the road. You are close to the flame. And I can tell you, in large cities and in small cities, you know, when you implement certain rules, policies, ordinances, you hear about it. You hear about it from a very vocal electorate. And so I can tell you right now, I represent a small municipality in Hendry County, and they are trying to develop some land use policies to move from a rural area to, I wouldn't want to say urban because it's not even close, but policies like having to do with animals that you can keep on your property, and it is gotten very controversial. There have been issues I've dealt with the use of all-terrain vehicles in residential areas, and you have a very tight-knit ATV community. If you propose a policy, you'll have 300 people show up in the room. So I've dealt with those very difficult issues. I understand that we have to interact with the public. We have to give the public a reasonable opportunity to indicate what their position is. We have to listen, but ultimately the decision rests with you. And so to answer your question, yes, I've dealt with some very difficult, very controversial issues throughout my career. That if you're involved in representing government, it's almost by definition you deal with some very controversial issues, because this is where the rubber meets the road, is at the local government level. You work for, I work for a large agency. You do interact a lot with the public, but there's nothing like local government. You are in the trenches in terms of dealing with issues and controversy.
Can I just add a little bit that I think, our job is to listen to you the commissioners, because you're the voice of the community, and our job is to be really good listeners. And if you're trying to solve a problem, if you're trying to develop an ordinance or address a situation, we want to understand what you're trying to achieve and help you get there. That's our goal, and that's our training, is to write those things down in whatever it might be, ordinances, or any other kind of legislative type thing, contracts, whatever, but to try to help you achieve those goals and bring you together to reach them.
I didn't want to take up all the time. I had a few more, but
Maybe you're going to ask the one I was going to ask. Go ahead.
and they're basic general questions. But what, and it might be somewhat unfair to ask this question, but what do you know about us? What research have you done as a potential legal representative? What
Sure.
do you know about us at this point?
So what I know about Pahokee is what I know about the struggles that the Glades communities have been dealing with, namely economic development and balancing. We have an agricultural industry here, but is that the future? Can there be economic development opportunities to broaden the spectrum? That's been a challenge, frankly, that the Glades communities have been dealing with for decades. And I remember in the 90s, there was a big push for doing the Lake Okeechobee, ecotourism, and there was a lot of interest. Note the marina that you have here. When it was built, people thought this would be one of the economic engines to start bringing activity to the community. Unfortunately, a lot of those haven't played out, but that is a constant struggle. And frankly, in terms of our research, one of the first things I looked at is, did you have a city attorney before, and what happened? So I'm aware of that controversy that happened as well.
Okay. What position do you take when it gets highly political, divisive, when the community seems to be polarized?
Yeah.
What position do you take as a legal representative?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't take a position. My job is to represent you and the city. I'm not an elected official. My position is to defend this city and the decisions made by this city. I will provide counsel to you as a body and as individuals. To be quite candid, my job is to protect you as commissioners, to make sure that our decisions are legally defensible. I've been doing this for a long time, and I've worked in many political forums. If you ask me for a political opinion, I'll give it to you, but that's not really my purview. My purview is to counsel you and then defend the ultimate decision that comes out, and not really take a position on an issue.
Yeah, we identify risks and let you know about them, and then give you counsel on how to minimize and avoid those risks and try to move ahead with what you're looking to do.
So you wouldn't wait. You would tell us immediately if we were heading in a direction that was not legally safe.
Absolutely.
So you wouldn't save it in your satchel.
No.
Okay.
So, a lot of the work of an effective city attorney doesn't happen here. If an issue pops up here, it's late. It's too late. It's going through the agendas, going through the backup, making sure that you're all briefed, making sure there are no surprises at a commission meeting. That's what I would do, working hand in hand with the manager. You don't want surprises, and when something's on the agenda, it better be fully vetted. And so that goes a long way, sir, to preventing those big controversies, but they happen. And that's the city attorney's job, is to anticipate. And again, that's what you get with, just between the two of us, over 60 years of experience. We've been there. We've been in many battles. And we know how a lot of those battles turn out, because when you have fought many battles, you can counsel on whether you go through door A or door B.
Commissioner Bolden.
Is he done? Are you
I
done,
want
Governor?
Yeah, go ahead.
to allow
Huh?
everyone to ask a few
Oh,
questions.
Yeah, I
okay.
didn't want to.
Well, that's okay. Ms. Kowalski, how did you hear about the position opening?
We kind of, we have a service that looks at local government contracts, and so that's how we found it. Yeah.
Okay. Have either one of you ever been reprimanded by the ABA or ethics?
Never.
Okay,
No
great.
bar complaints, no reprimands.
Great. Okay. And what's your ranking with the Florida Bar?
We're both
AV rated, the highest
Yeah.
ranking allowed by the
Both
bar.
of us as well as the bar.
Okay. So are we getting a 2-for-1 package here?
Thank you for making that point. So even though we are a 27-person firm, I like to be very candid. So while we have an incredible breadth, what we presented to you, we called it the Pahokee team, and your proposal is 3 individuals. So myself, Carlin Kowalski, and Jack Rice. Jack Rice isn't here because he's at a planning and zoning meeting right now. He has a master's in land use planning. He's a planner who went to law school. So he's part of rounding out our team. So you would get the 3 of us, but the city attorney position would be something that I would take, and then when I'm not available, Carlin would take. And of course, if you had questions during the course of the week, we're all available. On land use matters, because Jack Rice is frankly extremely experienced, we'd probably bring him in if you had, I do a lot of planning and zoning work, but we'd probably bring him in to assist if you needed to revamp your land development code. Jack would be the guy to do it. But it's a 3-person team that we've proposed to you, ma'am.
Okay. And, oh, last one, yeah, okay. The 2 models that you gave us for, I think you gave us 2 models, correct?
Yes.
For the fee?
Yes.
Okay. One, it says fixed monthly, and then hourly $245 after that, right?
Yes, ma'am. So, we were unable to identify online much information in terms of your past legal services budget. So we've proposed, and I've done this with numerous municipalities, and that is, it's really foolhardy for me to sit in front of you today and say, I'll do it for X dollars, because until I understand your needs and priorities, it's difficult to build a budget. For example, if you say, I need you to be here 3 days a week, I need you to cover XYZ meetings, not just of the commission, but board meetings, appointed boards, be involved with Economic Development Council meetings. Well, that's another thing, but we need to understand your needs and priorities. So one thing I would typically propose is give us 30 days, we come on board, in 30 days we deliver a budget to you based on talking to each of you, including the manager, to understand what are your needs and priorities. I recently went with my daughter to purchase a car. She got a Ford Fiesta. She's not buying a Cadillac. It's really what you want. You want a Chevy? We'll build a Chevy for you. If you want a Cadillac, we'll build a Cadillac. It's really what your needs and priorities are in terms of whether it's hourly or fixed rate. Typically, we do a monthly fixed fee, and we work out a scope of services. And that scope of services can be this big, or it can be this big. It's really a function of the level of service that you're looking for from your city attorney. We can come up with a base proposal, and then from there, as we indicated in our proposal, we have a simple scope of work, ordinances, drafting ordinances, resolutions, attending commission meetings, and have just a simple flat fee associated with that. It's really what you want and what you need.
Thank you. I'll ask a few questions. Why this particular geographical area?
I live and work in Palm Beach County. We're in Palm Beach County. This is our backyard. My practice is throughout Florida. I've done government work from Jacksonville to Miami. I'm sorry, to Monroe County. I've done work in the Keys. I've done an extensive amount of work on the West Coast. So we do local government work, and we're here because we're in Palm Beach County. We're a 40-minute drive from our Gardens office.
Briefly describe an ethical situation you had to deal with.
Ethical situation?
I can think of
Sure.
an example.
On behalf of a client.
Yes, sure. At the Water Management District, we had a whole new board, group of board members come on. And a lot of issues that board members face, of course, we had to do the training for them, your basic training that you all probably have had at the League of Cities and whatnot about ethics and records and open government and those kinds of things. But a big issue going on now is social media, and being involved in outside boards and other organizations. So, for example, we have several board members that were involved in outside organizations, and so we had to really talk to them about their communications at those outside organization meetings and whatnot. And of course, like I said, social media, things on that organization's website where you're commenting. And so that's something that every person in public office needs to be cognizant of, so that you don't want to give the impression that you're talking outside the sunshine. So those are some recent things that I think are on the horizon.
And a lot of ethical issues that I've dealt with have to do with voting, where you have an elected official that has an economic interest in an item that may come before, and talking to them about what they're able to vote on and not able to vote on, what they are required to disclose in advance of voting. So those are issues that, ethical related issues that are frankly come up on a fairly regular basis.
And what would you do if you were assigned a case that you was morally opposed to?
Morally opposed to? So, as a lawyer, I am an advocate for my client. So, if it's legal and it's ethical, I represent my client. If I truly had a moral crisis that I was dealing with, I would withdraw. That's me personally. But I've never come across that, a moral issue. As long as it's legal and it's ethical, my job, an attorney's job, is to be an advocate for their client. That's the profession I chose.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, at this time, we would bring back up Weeks and her partner to entertain any questions by the commission. And I'll start with Vice Mayor Mervin, if you have any questions.
Mayor, the two questions that I had was asked already with the other firm. So,
We'll move to Commissioner Everett.
My questions are pretty much the same. With regards to working in a small community, we definitely have charm, but we also have nuances and mores that I guess comes with a small community. And in keeping, in understanding that, how do you handle, issues that can, border the lines of being very controversial? What position do you take?
Yes, sir. What we do is we attempt to give legal advice. We attempt to stay out of the fray of things that go on. Particularly in the city of Pahokee, for instance, we have been and understand that this is a unique community. where people have very strong opinions on issues. But as legal advisors, our job is really to give legal advice and be definitive in that advice. We are very clear about what the advice is. You never have to wonder whether where we stand on issues. But what we try to do is really to stay out of the politics. We don't pit commissioners against each other. We don't pit the public against the commissioners. We don't do any of that. We simply deal with the issues as they come to us that are legal in nature, and we give the very best advice that is research that we can. So understanding the complexities, we also know that having represented, there's a couple of cities we've represented for a very long time. One over a period of 15 years, and we've seen a lot of changes in that city. When the city, when we first got there, it was a very, there were different sides that were very adversarial in the city. We've seen that change over time. So I've been around long enough to know and do this kind of work to know that the tide changes in places. But what we try to do is be consistent, consistent in our demeanor, consistent in representation, and really just pay attention to the law and the legalities connected with the position of city attorney.
I'd like to stress that we are city attorneys, contracted city attorneys for numerous cities right now. We are not guns for hire. We're not just special counsel to cities. We are city attorneys. So we've been dealing with the issues that you face on a day-to-day, and we've been dealing with those issues in a variety of cities, and some of them are small, just like the city of Pahokee. We have had the opportunity to work for larger cities, and we do have 2 larger clients, but we do have cities of this size that we're used to dealing with those issues as they arise.
With regards to, it was something mentioned in the previous respondent's presentation. I think it was in the Q&A with regards to transparency, ensuring that commission is made of, is abreast, made aware or abreast on issues, making sure that we are legal. So I guess my question is, without hearing the heart, are you, your position in making sure that things are vetted, screened properly? Would you like care to expound?
Absolutely. That's what we do. That's a part of what we do. Mr. Chandler will tell you, Mr. Williamson will tell you that behind the scenes, we go to bat sometimes about what we think is ethical, what we think is right, what we think is legal, and we try to make sure that those things get put forward. So our ethics is never going to be challenged. I'm never going to be in a position, or any one of the attorneys who work with the firm, where we believe that there is an ethical issue or a legal issue that needs to be brought to your attention, and we don't try. So that's that's how we operate, and I think that's a fabric of our firm.
Are you done, sir?
Commission.
Okay, yeah, okay. Okay. Where did you hear about the position being advertised?
Well, I heard it. I obviously I was here, so I did not need to. I knew that you put forth the issue, and we responded to it.
Okay. Have you ever been reprimanded by the ABA or the ethics?
Never.
Okay, great. I'm going to ask you kind of a different question than I asked them, because obviously it's a different scenario, but I know you're the city attorney for South Bay. So as an example, let's say the Business Development Board brings us a company that wants to build and manufacture and hire people in the Glades. And it comes down to between us and South Bay, and both commissions tell their attorney and their city managers to please negotiate and see what you can do to bring them in. How do you handle that?
I don't see that as an issue, but if it were to come up and I felt that there was ever any kind of an ethical issue, I would ask for outside counsel to be brought in for one of the cities. I do not see that as an issue. Typically, that's not the way government works in terms of saying we could only have one and that's the end. But I can tell you that certainly we do have a great reputation in South Bay, and since you mentioned it, I will recognize one of our commissioners who's sitting right here, and as a reference in the audience that can certainly speak to our qualifications and how we have been even-handed in the way that we operate within that city.
Thank you. Okay. Did you all know before it happened that there was a possibility of the city attorney getting terminated the night you were in the audience?
So there, I received a call. I didn't know what to expect, quite frankly, and I've said it before. And I received a call from Vice Mayor Mervin, and we came to the meeting. I had not met Vice Mayor Mervin or any of the commissioners on the dais prior to the night that we came to the meeting.
Okay. Did you know Mr. Williamson in Broward County when he was in Broward County?
No, ma'am. I had never met Mr. Williamson ever. And the first night that I met him was the first night that I came to the meeting.
Thank you. Okay. And one quick question. Do the other cities that you represent, do they have something similar to that ordinance 2019-02?
Well, I will tell you that there are similar, I don't know what the ordinance number was, but I'm assuming you're talking about the rules of procedure? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I'll tell you that there is a similar ordinance in South Bay that works very well. And I know that because I see it implemented. And so I know that it works well. And so that, I think, would work for your meetings, because having sat here for the last few months and understanding some of the issues that have come forward, including some of the comments that you all have made about your meetings and how your meetings operate, I believe it's something that will help your meetings to operate more efficiently and effectively. The meetings in South Bay last about an hour, and that's with a whole lot of people talking and a whole lot of activity taking place. So I know that that ordinance would work very well here, and I think it will help to organize your meetings in a way that you would appreciate later. Maybe not now, but later.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Try to wrap that up. Sweets, why this particular geographic area?
Well, we are already, as you know, representing a city here. We've been in that city for about 6 or 7 years now, and about 6 years, I guess. And it's an area that we love. We do other community things in the area, so it's not just a matter of just coming for meetings. We are in Palm Beach quite frequently for a number of different issues, and the Glades is a special area. It's a beautiful area. It's an area that I think you have to have, and I grew up in an area kind of like Pahokee, so which is very similar in many different ways from the area that I grew up in Pahokee, and so I think I understand the type of community that it is, and it's appealing to me, the type of community that it is.
How would your friends and colleagues describe you?
Probably someone who is dedicated and honest, and I think someone who cares about others.
How would you describe yourself as a person?
The same way.
Since I'm others, I can say what I think. I think that Bernadette Norris Weeks, first of all, is brilliant. And I think that everyone would agree to that in her surroundings. And you can check the references, because we talked about references. We didn't really delve into it, but you can call any municipality that we represent now or any that we've represented prior. Then the second thing I'd like to say is she doesn't rest. So Bernadette, she's brilliantly working all the time. So we have these discussions because I try to keep my work hours within a certain time frame. I'm getting her 2 a.m. emails, so yes, she's a hard worker.
Tell me about a situation where you failed.
I don't know how to answer that question, because I don't know that failure is in my vocabulary necessarily. I always try to look at making or finding something in every situation that can be a learning opportunity.
Last question, describe an ethical situation where you had to deal with.
An ethical situation involving a city. There have been, I guess, a lot over the years, but we get questions a lot where there may be commissioners who are, and this is not in Pahokee, or in South Bay, just so I'm clear, where we get commissioners who are battling each other. And it's a very public battle, and they try to kind of draw you into that battle. And so I think in terms of trying to get you to say what someone else said or did or wrote or asked, and so those are the kind of situations that we don't allow ourselves to be pulled into. We just try to be very professional, operate above the fray, and let them know what the ethical issues are. In terms of ethics, we work with commissioners all the time in terms of their own asking questions about different things and what has to be done if issues come up and whether they think they have conflicts of interest. And so we give opinions on all of those things a lot of the time based on whatever city it is, because all of the cities are different based on the ethics codes and the Inspector General's information that's on, that and training. So we keep ourselves up to date. We also do ethics training. We have been for many, many years attending the Municipal Lawyers Conferences. We presented at the conferences. I presented at the Florida Bar Conferences. Actually, I have a conference that I'm doing just coming up within October 25th, I think it is, where I'm presenting on the issue of ethics. And so it's something that we certainly take very seriously, and we just try to impart that to our commissioners.
Thank you. And thank to both of the law firms.
Yes, one other thing, I was on the board for the Florida Bar dealing with the issue of ethics. So.
Thank you. Thanks to both of the law firms for their presentation. City Commission, we're going to have the decision to make either tonight or the following meeting, so we need to decide whether you're comfortable with the presentation and you have enough information to actually make a decision tonight. It would be my recommendation that we proceed and make a decision, not at this workshop, but at our regular commission meeting, but it's up to the City Commission whether or not you're ready to do that. That's one of the considerations. As far as the compensation for the law firms, we will allow ourselves at least 2 weeks to negotiate, have the city manager negotiate a salary compensation for them. Hearing no other further business before us, I will adjourn this workshop and we'll reconvene our meeting in 5 minutes. We're going to be getting started in a few minutes, but we are looking for some additional seats. We know we have a large crowd tonight, so we're going to try to accommodate you as best possible. Okay, folks, we're going to get started in 1 minute. We won't be able to bring in additional chairs because of the seating capacity for the chamber, but we will move up the presentation from the Glades Regional Schools so that we can at least expedite that. So we're going to give ourselves another minute and we're going to get started. So just...
Sir.
Commissioner Boland.
Yes.
Commissioner Everett.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin.
Yes.
I call this City Commission of the City of Pahokee regular commission meeting Tuesday, October the 8th, 2019 to order at 6:27 p.m. May we please stand for the invitation.
Mr. Mayor,
given
Mr.
by-
Mayor, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I apologize. We do have to wait until the meeting is advertised at 6:30. I apologize.
Can't start early, y'all.
3 minutes.
Only about 3 minutes. Sorry, apologize for that.
Practice run.
Good practice run.
Did you do it? She's going front and back, right? You told her front and back? Yeah, front and back. They're two sides of the commission agenda.
She always has such pretty outfits on in the jewelry match.
Okay, thank you. We're going to get started now. It's 6:30 officially. City Clerk, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
City Attorney,
Yes, sir.
City Manager,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I call this meeting of the City of Pahokee, regular scheduled commission meeting of Tuesday, October the 8th, 2019, to order at 6:31 p.m. May we please stand for the invocation given by the Reverend Lonnie Spry, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Most gracious and eternal God and our Father, we come tonight in behalf of the city of Pahokee. Lord, we pray that you would bless this meeting in a way, Lord, that when we can leave here knowing that we've been educated about our city, Lord, and help our citizens to understand this is not a boxing match nor a wrestling match, but this is a meeting to bless and to help our city go forward. We pray that you bless in the mighty way in Jesus' name. Amen.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Bab,
Present.
Commissioner Bolin,
Present.
Commissioner Everett,
Here.
Commissioner Hill, Vice Mayor Mervin,
Present.
City Manager,
Here.
Interim City Attorney,
Here.
City Clerk is present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, staff, and thank each of you all for being here tonight to participate in our regular scheduled meeting of Tuesday, October 8th, 2019. I'd like to just recognize some of the elected officials here. We have our school board district rep, Marsha Andrews. Thank you. We have the mayor of South Bay, Mayor Joe Cowles. We have our former city commissioner and vice mayor, Mayor Alice Biggs. Vice Mayor. We have represented from County Commissioner McKinley office, Lisa Wilson. We have the mayor of the city of Belglade, Steve Wilson. We have the vice mayor from the city of South Bay, Vice Mayor Betty Bernard. And we have a host of VIPs here, mainly the school board employees. We have principals, but we're going to have a presentation later on. I'll be here all night if I individually call their names out, but we thank you for being here. We have an exciting presentation from our regional school district. If you don't know, this is the first time in 20 years that none of our schools in the Glades have D's or F. All our schools have a C or above average. And we're really looking forward to next year when none of our schools would have C's. That's average. We're going to be A's and B's schools, and that's the goal. And we want this community to work behind our school system because it takes a village to raise a child, and we are that village. So we're going to proceed with our agenda as presented. We're going to move up. We're asking to move up the school board presentation, if that's okay for our commission. Thank you. At this time, I would ask, do we have any additions, City Manager, to our agenda?
Yes, Mayor. Ordinance number 2019-02. This ordinance was on first reading. It passed. We want to put it on old business for continued discussion. That completes addition and deletion, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. City Commissioners, are there any additional additions, deletions of the agenda, sir? Hearing none, I entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda with the add-on of ordinance 2018-02 on the old business.
Mayor Bab, I make a motion to accept the add-on the old business ordinance 2019-02. Also to move up the Glades Regional Team and Pahokee Area School.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Everett that we'll accept our agenda as presented with the addition of ordinance 2018-02 and the moving up of the regional school presentation. Call for questions.
Well, before we vote, where are we moving it specifically on
the old business? And we're going to move
No, I'm saying
the
the
school board
presentation.
presentation.
Yeah.
That would be at the beginning. We'll do that right after the
consent.
acceptance of the agenda.
Yeah.
Approval of the
Okay.
agenda.
All right.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Commissioner Boland,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. The agenda is approved by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to our regional school presentation of the Pahokee Glades area schools. Do we have a representative at this time? Dr. Abrams and School Board Member Marsha Andrews.
More. That's more.
More.
Good evening, everyone. I stand before you on behalf of the Glades region. Thank you, Mayor Babs, for giving us this opportunity to speak to everyone tonight. I'd like to, and also members of the Pahokee Commissioner's Office, I'd like to call all of the principals, the members of the Tri-Cities, also other people who have supported us throughout this school year to come forward as we prepare to do our presentation on behalf of the Glades region. If I can get all of the principals, the assistant principals. I'm sorry. As they come up, I will introduce myself. I'm Angela Moore, proud Region Superintendent of the Glades region. Actually had the opportunity to start this position last year, and so last year at this time, we were here introducing all of our principals as well as their assistant principals. We know you guys have a heavy agenda, so we will have the principals to come forward quickly so that they can be introduced. But we're here to thank all of you for your support, especially the members of the Pahokee City Commissioner's Office and the City of Pahokee. We did, as you heard Mayor Babb state, all of our schools in the Glades region has a school grade of a C or higher. This is something that we were able to accomplish, and it hadn't been accomplished in 20 years. So when school grades were released in 1999, we've gone for 20 years where we weren't able to get schools that were not on the DRF list. And so that was a huge accomplishment for us. But this is something that we weren't able to do alone. So even though I stand here as the region superintendent, we were able to do it because of the hard work of all of the people who are standing to my right. And so if I can just get all of them to come to the front, please. Still waiting on you guys to come. I need all of you to come to the front, please, so that you can be recognized. And we're going to move this quickly. Starting with Dr. McTeer, who's to my left. If you could just raise your hand. She is the instructional superintendent, and Dr. McTeer works with the elementary schools, and I've had the pleasure of working with the secondary schools, and so we did work together to make sure that we were able to accomplish this. We also have Ms. Johnson, who's standing next. She's the principal of Everglades Prep. It's important for everyone to understand the role that Ms. Johnson and her school plays with the graduation rates of our schools. And so over the last couple of years, we've seen an increase in our graduation rates. And so as of right now, Pahokee stands at a graduation rate of 95%. This is an increase of 3 percentage points compared to last year. And we know that the work that Ms. Johnson is doing with our students does attribute to that as well. Dr. Abrams is standing also. Can you just wave? Dr. Abrams, she's the principal of Pahokee Elementary School. And she also has some of her staff here as well, so if we can get them to stand at this time. We also have Dr. Hibbler, who's here. And Dr. Hibbler is here with his assistant principal, Ms. Henley, and also his SSC, Ms. Boswell. And so what we want to make sure that we recognize that Dr. Hibbler's school, Canal Point, was one of 2 schools that earned a school grade of a B. So let's give them a round of applause. We also have Mr. Denard, who was the principal of the middle school last year. Mr. Denard inherited both the middle and the high school last year. And so we went into that school. There were a lot of changes that were being made. I'm proud to say that Mr. Denard was able to improve his school grade points as well last year. And so Mr. Denard is here with members of his administrative team. Starting to his right, we have Ms. Slidell, Dr. Golphin, Mr. Lawson. Also, we have Ms. Twiggs, who's the SSC, as well as Mr. Tabatu, who's also an assistant principal. Let's give all of them a round of applause. And so, as I mentioned before, we could not do this work alone. We work very closely with members of the Tri-Cities Community Education Committee. We have members of the Tri-Cities Education Committee who's here tonight. And we also had the support, which I think is very unique. We had an opportunity to speak at both commissioner meetings in Belgrade as well as South Bay. And so the one thing that's very unique about the way we work as a region is we work with our mayors, and we also work with members of the Tri-City Education Committee. And so a lot of the success that we were able to accomplish this year, we accomplished it because of the collaborative effort of everyone working together. And so I am very appreciative of the work that the Tri-Cities Education Committee has done over the years, as well as the work that they've done with us last year. I also want to recognize Mrs. Andrews, and I know she's going to come up and speak as well. Mrs. Andrews is our District 6 board member, and so she's very involved. Yes, let's give her a round of applause. She's very involved and has been very involved in our schools for years, and so we definitely appreciate the support that she's given to us. But we want you to know that we stand here as a united front, and so we cannot do this work alone. It's important for all of us to continue to work together, because we know that if we work together, we can accomplish even more of what we accomplished last year. Our goal is to improve all of our schools. As we heard Mayor Babb state, that we expect to have all of our schools earning a school grade of an A. That is the goal, and so we're going to continue to work hard to make sure that we accomplish this, not for us, but it's for our students and this wonderful community. And so I thank you for giving us the opportunity to be introduced to you tonight. I'd like to turn it over to Mrs. Andrews, but I do want to recognize that we do have Ms. Biggs, who's here tonight representing Tri-Cities. We also have Mayor Cowles. You heard Mayor Babbs mention him earlier, and we also have Mayor Wilson, who is standing here tonight. And again, we come standing collectively as a Glades Region team who continue to work hard for our students, and we appreciate all of your support. Thank you.
Just very quick, that we wanted to present to our commissioners for all the support, and our mayor for an achievement that we've been having at the school. You guys are always there when we need you. So at Pahokee Middle Senior High School, we are finally opening up our bookstore, which will start next week. So we want to make sure that the commissioners have the first shirts to come out of our bookstore. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much. Okay, for you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who are you looking for? Williamson?
Talking about diet, aren't you, Benny?
And good evening, Mayor Babb, Vice Mayor Mervin, the entire council, the administrative team. Good evening to the community. It takes the village. I'm Marcia Andrews, your school board member. I bring greetings from our superintendent, Dr. Donald Fenoy, and all 7 school board members. But I want to thank you all. Community, you elected me in 2010 to make a difference in the lives of the children in the Glades region. I've been working on the ground, in the community, in the schools, to help improve student achievement. I can tell you, We did great this year. Under this leadership team of Miss Angela Moore, come on up here again, Miss Moore. It takes leaders to make it happen. Dr. McTeer, where are you? Come back up here. These are the leaders who actually work with the principals. Come on up, Dr. McTeer, again. Absolutely. And then when you think about how do we get the work done, it's because of our principals, because of our teachers, because of our assistant principals, because of our cafeteria workers, our librarians, our student assistants. It's all of the village that makes it happen for the children. And it surely is because of the community spirit that helps us to do the things that we want to do. I look at the commission and I want to tell you that you've been working with me since I've been elected in 2010 up until this day. I thank you for presenting the key of the city to me hard, and it made me know I had to really work extra hard here in Pahokee to make things happen. And I'm just so proud of the progress that we've made in our schools. The superintendent is happy. Everybody's happy. We've been celebrating, but we know that academic achievement for all children is essential. Success for them is very essential. And when I see the principals and I see the teachers and the team that you see in here tonight, they're committed. Many of these people get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to be ready to open the school up at 7 a.m. or before to make sure our children are ready with breakfast, with whatever they need to be successful, with the best teachers ever. As you know, I thank you for passing the referendum because now we have a police officer in every school. Every school we have a police officer. And we have mental health services, a mental health counselor in every school because we truly want to make sure our students are safe. We want to make sure that they're happy, and we want to make sure that they learn and they grow and progress to the best citizens they can be and have a wonderful life. So I could not do any of this without all of you, and I want to thank the schools, the people who truly make it happen every single day. Thank all of us because we are truly the family. Thank you.
I want to leave you with this. Our motto for the Glades region is we're growing greatness in academics and athletics because it's in our DNA, and we want to thank all of you for being a part of our village. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank the regional school system so much, and we're so proud of all the effort you have put in to educate our young folks. We know we have an outstanding reputation for being a football community, an athletic community, but that's not the case anymore. Our academics have risen and raised the bar, so we appreciate that very much, and we're going to work and continue to work with this school district to improve our children's lives and their condition. Thank you so much. I forgot to ask the commission during the addition to the agenda whether or not you want to consider our legal team, the appointment of our legal representative. That need to be added to the agenda if that's your desire. If not, then it will be on our agenda at our next commission meeting. Any comments on that or any recommendation?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to offer a motion that we place the decision for our legal on the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly second by Vice Mayor Mervin that we place on our agenda the selection of our legal representation. Call for questions.
Where are we putting that?
Now, you want to make that new business?
We'll do it on the new business. It's fine. Okay. No, new business tonight. Any other questions? Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Boland,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. We would now move our selection of our legal team on our agenda under new business. Okay, at this time, we would have our citizen comments. Must be an agenda item only. Must have a comment card completed. At this time, City Clerk, do we have any comments card completed pertaining to agenda items only?
Yes, sir. The first one is from Mr. Bobby Coven.
Bobby Colvin, 3096 Bacon Point Road. When so many things get added, it's so hard to make a list of what I'm wanting to say. I had my things in about 3 different places. But on September the 30th, 2019, I sent a letter to the mayor, as well as copies to all the commissioners and the city manager, of some concerns that I had for the city. In it, I gave comments on why I see Ordinance 2019-02 as being evil. Also in that letter, I detailed why I thought it was unfair not to consider Attorney Brandenburg for our city attorney. The truth cannot be hidden forever. I hope that letter will be accepted as part of the public record for this meeting, so I don't have to read it, because everyone, you have it. I'd also like to remind you that on this most holy day on the Hebrew calendar, Yom Kippur, I pray that the God of Israel will also be recognized as the God who watches over and cares for the city of Pahokee. If our commission will deal honestly and fairly with the citizens, God will bless them. If, however, they offer up evil ordinances like 2019-02, I pray that God will intervene and will judge as he has done in the past when offerings were not acceptable. And I'd like to just mention what happens on this day, Yom Kippur, in the Old Testament. The high priest went into the Holy of Holies only one day a year on this day to offer sacrifices for the people, a covering for the people. He wore bells and had a rope attached to his leg so that he could be dragged out if the offering were not accepted. Matter of fact, 2 of the high priest's sons, Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, he lost 2 sons due to this. And on this Day of Atonement, I just pray that our commission will do right. And I hope God will be able to bless Pahokee.
Thank you, sir.
The next one is from Ms. Catherine Marvez.
Thank you. Catherine Marvez, 1838 East Main Street, Pahokee. I also wanted to discuss the agenda, and I notice every time I see the agenda, there are several items that are left off at the meeting before, but maybe not carried forward for old business and nothing. So it's very difficult for us to look at an agenda and see, like Bobby said, what we want to comment. So today I'll keep my comments to this ordinance. This is 13 pages of an ordinance that is almost like a bill that needs to pass through the government. It is so filled with other items that may or may not get passed because it's not as important as a big thing. And some of it is flowery, some of it is excessive verbiage. We need to be able to understand exactly what the differences are between what we have today and what this ordinance is proposing. We need to understand it. Right now, in my personal opinion, this commission reports to the city manager. Quite often I have heard commissioners sit up there and say, I have not read this document, or I just got this document. Could you tell me about it? The city manager tells you about the document, explains it to you, and then you vote on it based on a synopsis. That is a big red flag for me, and it disturbs me greatly. Some of the looks that I get sometimes disturb me greatly. I find them arrogant and unnecessary. And I'm sure you get them from the audience too, so you know how it feels. I want you each to look at your oath, look at your duty and your responsibilities to act as an independent commissioner for the citizens and the city of Pahokee. And remember that you report to the citizens. While you have the final say-so and what you vote on and what you do, the ball is in your court right now, but we hold the tickets to the game. And I want you to get together, start doing it right. If you don't understand a document, if you have to ask that many questions about a document before you vote on it up right here, it behooves you to set it aside and review it some more, not take somebody's word for what it means. That's your responsibility. That's your duty. That was your oath.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next one is from Rebecca Bush.
Hello, Rebecca Bush, 1548 East Main Street. I'm here tonight to speak against this ordinance, but I want to give you a little bit of background on some of the cumulative effects of what drove me here. And in order to stay within the 3 minutes, I've written down my remarks, so indulge me as I read them. I'm here this evening because in recent months I've experienced some things that cause me great concern. A few months ago, I needed to speak to the city manager about an issue concerning the city. I stopped at City Hall 2 times in one day to try to see him. On my second stop, I was told that he refused to see me or to even give me an appointment. I also placed calls, texts, and emails that went unacknowledged. It was only after I expressed my displeasure on Facebook that I got any response. In fairness, Commissioners Mervin and Everett did answer my emails and texts after that time. I know you guys hate Facebook, but when people are desperate, they turn to desperate measures. I did get a response after I got on Facebook only. Next, I watched in shock and disbelief the night the city attorney was ambushed. There is truly no other word for it. Excuse me. I've taught civics before, and I must say, the video of this meeting would serve a teacher well as a demonstration of a textbook violation of the Sunshine Law and why the law actually exists. What happened that night was a well-orchestrated procedure, obviously known well in advance to all present except for Commissioner Boland, who tried very hard and in vain to be brought up to speed on what was about to be voted on. She was silenced rudely and abruptly. Weeks passed, then comes the ridiculous waste of taxpayer dollars on a fake field that exudes and excludes large segments of our population. I won't even go into the debacle at the lakefront. We have a blatant attempt now to change an ordinance that clearly is designed to silence dissent. Telling commissioners to whom and when they may speak during a meeting is absurd, as is limiting the length of a commission meeting. I suggest that if the time you get home from a meeting is important, perhaps you should not have run for your seat in the first place. There are other problems in the ordinance too, but I'll leave it here, particularly when it comes to paying legal expenses, but I'm not going to go into that. I urge all of you to vote no on the passage of this ordinance. It is beginning to appear that the city manager is a puppeteer and you all are willing puppets. He is crafting a local dictatorship. Please wake up and represent those of us who elected you. Thank you.
The next one is from Linda Moss.
didn't know I was in this part of the meeting. Linda Moss, 2827 Bacon Point Road. A lot of what I've had in mind has been said differently than I was going to say it, but part of it is I do feel that this ordinance is creating a divide. It's cutting off citizens from the commissioners, and I think that's a very inherent relationship that we need to keep very open and very honest between the group of us. The other thing I was going to talk about that isn't a consent item, it is accountability, and the accountability for me has to do with the marina. And I think it is time, I don't know, but I'll look at the 5 of you, Felicia's not here, for accountability. Chandler's our city manager. He's been here 3 years, 4 years, 4 years. Okay, so he may be here another 4 or 5 years, whatever. But he's going to come and he's going to go. City managers are going to come and go, and we're still going to be accountable to the 5 of you, our city commissioners. So when I have issues, I feel it's my responsibility to come to you. And I think the city ordinance, the way it's been presented, kind of creates a vast challenge for us to be able to come to you. He is your employee. He is our city manager. And it's time that we get answers from you. From what I hear at city council meetings, I can't say Chandler doesn't contact me and talk with me, because he does, and I do appreciate that. But it does sound like that's not the norm of what happens to a lot of the people in the community. So the community needs to be able to come to city commissioners to get answers and know where they can help and find out what they need to do to move forward. So your accountability is very important to the citizens of this community.
The next one is from Sam McKinstry.
Sam McKinney, 371 East Main Street. I just want to make the commission aware before they make their final decision on what attorney that they decide, that there's several issues in Broward County regarding the current interim city attorney. I'd like to ask her if she's got the over $11,000 worth of back taxes she owed Broward County settled. I'd also like to ask her how she got a commissary deal fast-tracked through the airport in Fort Lauderdale. I'd also like to know how she managed to get over $365,000 worth of government grants for her own personal use. Little things like that need to be addressed and dealt with before you make your decision on who you want for your city attorney. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I know we're in the middle of public comments, but we have endured a lot of attacks, name calling, and of such. And especially with the interim city attorney, I think it's more than right somewhere along this agenda that she could rightly confront her accusers with a response.
Yeah, I think she was asking to speak at that moment, but
yes,
certainly
Mr. Mayor,
she
if
could
I can.
respond to anyone who have a derogatory comment made towards them.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. This is what we do. We're professionals, and so we, oftentimes we don't sit. This is very unusual in that somebody would come and the things that were said by this gentleman were outright lies. This is the same man who, after I leave just about every meeting, yells profanity from standing out while I'm going to the parking lot. So I will just say that it's not true. I don't owe anybody. I have no idea what he's talking about in terms of getting money. I have no idea what he is referring to, and so I would just like to say on the record, because this is what I do, so I don't need my reputation scarred for representing, and doing the work that I do for a living. We have a great reputation, and I'm not going to let him or anybody else try to ruin it.
Sam, you're out of order, sir. If you interrupt this proceeding again, I'm going to ask that you leave.
I get 3 minutes, sir. But you sat, Mr. Mayor, you need to check him.
You're out of order.
Meeting after meeting, it's ridiculous. Something needs to be done.
It needs to be removed. Everything that I stated was on redbroward.com.
Officer, he interrupted 4 times.
Yes,
I would
please.
need to ask him to leave. Thank you.
Not to leave, sir.
Thank you.
You all right, Ron? Get your ice cup. Leave your trash. Oh, yeah. Leave your trash out.
City Clerk, are there any additional comments, Card?
Yes, sir. The next one is from Wayne Boland.
Thank you. That's ridiculous. That's your opinion, but the name's calling, because I got his name.
How you doing? My name is Wayne Boland, 366 South Broken Road, Barfield Highway. I'd just like to say the ordinance 2019-02, I don't approve of it. I don't think it's, I think it'd be a legal nightmare. And Becky didn't want to talk about the legalities of this ordinance, but you guys are, I read things, and I'm not educated. I only had my business for 55 years since I was 21, and I manufactured my own products and sold for 55 years. I don't know anybody, but I'm not educated. But anyway, the ordinance looks like it would leave people open to sue the city for almost anything, and in my opinion, because I read it, and it's kind of going against the charter too a lot. And a lot of the charter was in there. And who authorized her to do this? That's another question. So, you know, I just want to voice my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There are no additional comments.
At this time, we'll move to our public service announcements. Let's also have a public service card completed. City Clerk, at this time, do we have any public service comment cards completed?
Yes, sir. We have one card. Miss Crystal Bruce.
Crystal Bruce, 8860 Seville Street, Pahokee, Florida. Basically what that card was is that I'm back with a charity that I sit with. You know, it's been a while because, you know, my son had 4 brain surgeries. As everybody could see, I lost weight. I was really sick. But I had been working because I am building my own charity with some other things, and I was approved through the charity. I reached out to Keith last week, but I know you did get back with me. Actually, you was there at the end of the meeting. I'm setting up to do a car giveaway. What we do, we help struggling single mothers that give them cars if they go into school or they working. I'm not talking about junk. I'm not talking about some fly-by-night thing or whatever. We are open for donations. We even take a car, we might overhaul it. But I have a process to it, and I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, I'm just going to share this. There's a lot of knives in my back in this community, okay? I'm going to just share this. So I am a fair person. So I did reach out. I want to invite all of you guys. And also, you have a congregation, as you being a part of a congregation, as you being the commerce, Keith, you being the mayor, Felicia and Chandler being the city manager. It's not limited to anybody because anybody might know somebody. I just have to have the letters. I am forming a small committee because this Crystal, some things I never live my name down about it. I'm all right with that. But one thing nobody can take from me, my work in this community, and plenty other places. But the sad part about it, I see the people out there struggling. I hear the stories. Okay, I ain't gonna get into the black, I ain't gonna get into the white. But I'm gonna tell you what I see from my black people. The cooning, the snaking, the rockhead games and all of that, it's a shame. Because I run into these people every day need help. And I went to a lot of people, I ain't gonna get into calling no names. All I'm saying, all I wanna do is help the people that I see struggling like me. It ain't no jobs, okay? It ain't nothing here. But a lot of the things that y'all work against in people, it's not right. And Mr. Colvin, you're right. He snatched them out of there at the Day of Atonement. Because I'm going to tell y'all something. This me. I'm not against nobody up here or out here. But I see a lot of things and know a lot of things, man. All I want to do is try to help some of the people that I see struggle. I want everybody is welcome to my table. But I ain't got time for games, snakehead, and all of that. I don't have time for that. But I want to bring this program here. But it's hard to bring somebody here when we on YouTube and they see the dysfunction in this. But I fight hard, man. I'm not against nobody up there out here. If it ain't about the community, ain't got nothing to do with it. But that snake stuff, I'm calling y'all out. Peace and love.
City Clerk, at this time, are there in addition to comments, cards pertaining to public service announcements?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on to well, we don't have any approval of minutes. We don't have any consent agenda items.
Mayor, you put it as general. You want to do a PSA? Yes. Ms. Ursley from Everglades Prep, she put it as general, but she would like to do it as public service announcement.
Good evening. Linda Johnson Ursley, principal at Everglades Preparatory Academy. You know, my colleagues came up before me and kind of set the harmonious tone. I think I'm going to stay there too. But it's something that I just need to suggest and bring to your attention. I think it's an honor for the city of Pahokee to have a tenant that happened to be a school that impacts the other schools that are managed solely by the school district. That's an honor. I think we need to be treated in that capacity as what it is. When you have the leadership from the district to come and acknowledge the impact of our little school, we keep the schools afloat grade-wise. So it's a lot of good work that's happening over there. Oh, and it's quite a few folks in the community employed by the city on the dais have had people and family members who have graduated and are currently enrolled at the school. With that being said, commissioners, mayor, vice mayor, commissioners, I would like for Everglades Prep Academy to be a standing item on your agenda, being that we are your tenant, that you should have just updates. Let the city manager come in and say, is there any issues going on? Because I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Being that the governor have mandated all schools in Florida to have officers and certain things in place to harden schools, we've done it as much as we could, being that we are a tenant to the city of Pahokee. Now, I'm going to tell you, it hadn't been easy being a citizen. Well, first of all, I'm a true muckstepper. Born at Glades General Hospital, raised up in Belglade, moved to South Bay, been where you are. And it really upsets me to know that some things are not looked at in an urgent manner. We're a school. We're accountable. We have to be in compliance. And when we can't, then it falls on me. And I have to protect my 115 children and do what I have to do. And I must say, you all have never heard from me as far as complaining. I've been dealing with this for a very long time. But I think you need to get more involved in what happens at Everglades Prep.
Thank you. I think that's conclude our public service announcements. We don't have any approval of the minutes, no consent agenda items. We do have an ordinance, but it was moved to old business. I'm not quite sure, but that's where it's landed. Resolutions. We have Resolution 2019-46, City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the city manager to expend the $475,000 provided to the city pursuant to state-funded grant agreement contract number G-0V16 for design services for S. Barfield, South Barfield Highway from East Main Street to East 7th Street by effecting payment to A&E Engineering, Inc. for the performance of such services as described in the proposal attached hereto as Exhibit A, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. City Manager, at this time, could you give a brief overview of this resolution, a little history on it?
Mayor, Commission, thank you very much. Mayor, this is your agreement for engineering services for Barfield Highway. AE Engineering is your engineer on record. Before we move forward with putting 100% plans to Department of Transportation, you have to put your engineer on contract to continue to proceed forward to manage this project. We are now at about 90% design plans for Barfield Highway. We're going to move aggressively forward to put a bid on the street, hopefully by the end of this year. Let me back up, not the end of this year, but hopefully in the next 30 to 60 days. But your engineer has to come on contract now because we're at that stage where he will now manage this project fully, whoever will win the bid thereafter. Again, he is your engineer on record, but you have to put him on contract officially now for this amount to be paid to his firm to manage the project in its entirety.
Thank you, sir. City Commissioners having had Resolution 2018-46 properly read into the minutes and explained. What's your pleasure?
I'd like to offer a motion that we accept Resolution 2019-46 for our consideration tonight.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin for the adoption of Resolution 2019-46. Call for questions.
I have a couple. Okay, I've read this and I'm very, very confused. Okay, so we're hiring A&E Engineering. That's our engineer who's on contract, correct?
Yes, he's your engineer on record for all of your projects.
Okay, and then they are hiring Baker Design Build?
Yes, that's one of their some designers.
Okay, and then under this stuff is all dated last year.
Yes, ma'am. They've been working on this project design just that long. This is a long project. We've been dealing with it for about a year now. We're now at the 100% stage of design plans going to FDOT before we can move forward with a bid. Yes, they've been working on it for that long. Typically, highway projects, they do take 2 to 3 years sometimes. Fortunately, ours is taking right at 2 years. It's been a long process with this project. It's an extensive renovation of Barfield Highway. It's not just a repaving; it's a complete tear up and redesign. So it's taken that long with AE Engineering to get to this point. But we're at that stage now where we need to move forward aggressively with FDOT to get this project online sooner than later.
Okay, so we're going to give the 475 to A&E, and then they're going to hand it out to these different companies.
Yes,
to
Baker's
do
one
these
of their
services.
subs for some of their
Okay,
design services,
so
yeah.
under this Baker design contract and scope of work that I read, under survey it said that they were quoting it at 26,000, but on this thing for A&E it says 28. What's the difference?
I would have to ask A&E that question.
Okay.
Again, that's their subcontractor.
Yes.
And they are actually paying that subcontractor for design. So I would have to ask him that question between his billing or what it costs and what the estimate is, what Baker is providing. But this is his final cost of $475.
Okay, and then who are doing all this other stuff? If we have the contract and stuff here from Baker for the survey and a few other little things, then who does all this other stuff that's on this list that A&E gave us?
What other stuff?
the design estimate, permitting, environmental clearances, drainage calculation, utility clearance and design, geotechnical, FDOT criteria plans, maintenance of traffic, cost estimate.
That's Summer Baker and that's Summer A&E Engineering. You got to remember, A&E Engineering is that's your master contractor on record, but they do have an opportunity to shop some of these services out to subcontractors.
Okay, so to me, it kind of seems like we're paying double for engineering. This is an engineering proposal for engineering services, and then we have an engineer.
No, you're paying AE Engineering. They just give you backup to let you know where they give some of their services to assist their firm. You pay AE Engineering. You're not paying Baker. You're paying AE Engineering. That's the contract.
Okay.
Baker is just one subsidiary that assists them with some of the services they need to get the design, to get the engineering plans to FDOT, and also do some of the project management. So you're not paying Baker, you're paying AE Engineering, but they provided you additional backup to let you know exactly how they manage this project and who's involved.
Okay, but under this contract that they gave us on this page, it doesn't have a page number, but it says if your contractor or subcontractor fails to pay subcontractors, subcontractors, or material suppliers, those people who are owed money may look to your property for payment even if you have already paid the contractor in full. And then it says that A&E, I guess, is going to be the ones that are going to decide if they've been paid or not. How are we guaranteeing that?
Commissioner Boland, we can't guarantee what the master contractor does with his subcontractors. We pay the master contractor. They are allowed to hire any subcontractor that they please.
I understand that.
We can't control when, how, where, and at what severity the master contractor pays his subcontractor. That's not our responsibility.
But it clearly says on here on paragraph 5 that they're going to give us a certificate for payment to contractor, but then it says the engineer's certification for payment shall not be a representation that the engineer has made exhaustive or continuous inspections to check the quality or quantity of the work, reviewed construction means, methods, techniques, sequences, or procedures, reviewed copies of requisitions received from subcontractors and suppliers and other data requested by the client to substantiate the contractor's right to payment or ascertain how or for what purpose the contractor has used money previously paid on account of the contractor's contract sum.
Commissioner Bowden.
I don't understand.
If I could, I ask the city attorney,
Yeah,
have
somebody
you reviewed
please
this
help me out
legal
here.
sufficiency, this
Michelle,
particular contract?
You come. This is the document.
Okay.
That's what I can explain. You have a contract with A&E, which is providing you with continuous services in the engineering sector. That's not the contract that's before you. You have a contract. It's 3 years old, and it's still effective. So you don't have to go out each time you need an engineer. So the contract has all the terms, and yes, a subcontractor could put a lien on your property, but the contract with A&E, the actual contract, provides for a mechanism for us to go against A&E if A&E doesn't pay a subcontractor. So you have an agreement with A&E to provide services. You can go against A&E if there's a problem with a contractor, but a subcontractor, but it's always true. Subcontractors can always put a lien on your property for non-payment in any construction contract. Now, what you're doing today is just saying that this is not a contract. It was just his additional, each time you have a work order, each time you need him, you have a main contract that's 3 years old, but each time you need his services, it has to come back to the city commission in order for, let's say, we call it, let's say, a work order to go out and perform the work. So this is what this is. There's $475,000 available. That was grant money to go to this specific project, nothing else. And he's presented his $475,000 invoice, which is exactly what the grant provided for. And now is the time to start disbursements so that he can do the work. And he has his subs underneath him who will be receiving part of it, but the bulk of it will be for the engineering services he provides himself. A&E, let's call him he, but it's the company.
Okay, but I live on Barfield Highway, and they're talking about doing a survey, and they did it last year in Thanksgiving time, over the Thanksgiving weekend.
I really can't tell you whether they did it in the past and they're doing part of it now and some later. What I reviewed was the basic contract terms that permits A&E to do your work, and then a separate document that's a work order that matches the amount to be expended that's provided. The details regarding the timing of each work, each part of the work, is something the city manager can tell you, whether the survey was done last year, whether it's going to be done this year, and et cetera. But in terms of the work order, I know what the work is that's outlined. It matches the amount of money that the grant provides. And because it is a contractor that was already contracted with the city to provide these exact same services on a continuing basis, legally, it makes legal sense to us.
Okay, then I have one more question. Where are we getting the $475 from?
That's the grant.
Mayor, Commissioner, in 2017, the city was awarded SCOUT funding for the city of Pahokee. It's an aggressive state project that provides for small counties and cities to receive funding for dilapidated or streets and roads that are in severe deterioration. The city of Pahokee, this administration, was very successful in securing $4.5 million in 2017 and 2018. This road will cost us $4.5 million. The question you asked at budget time, why did our budget go from 4.3 to 8.5? I said then to you, it's because you were awarded $4.5 million for Barfield Highway.
Okay, do we have the $475,000? Have they given it to us that we're going to give this guy?
You're asking about billing now. Okay. Here's how billing works with the state for streets projects. They don't give you $475,000 up front. You receive an invoice. That invoice then travels to District 4 in Fort Lauderdale. It's then processed in Fort Lauderdale at District 4. District 4 then sends that invoice to Tallahassee. Tallahassee then processes it. It goes back to District 4. District 4 sends a check to the city of Pahokee. We pay the contractor. That's how the billing goes for large projects of this.
Okay. I guess my concern is I don't want us to have another $177,000 that we got advanced and then we spent it, or it got messed up and then we had to pay it back. So this is not going to be that, correct?
That's our billing process, Commissioner Bowling.
Okay, we're going to move on. In additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Boland,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Resolution 2018-46 passes by unanimous vote. We don't have any public hearings, no proclamation. Well, we have one proclamation honoring the life and legacy of Mr. Roy E. York. City Attorney, could you read this into the record?
Yes, sir. Proclamation honoring the life and legacy of Mr. Royal E. York. Whereas Royal E. York was born on July 22nd, 1938, and whereas he moved to the city of Pahokee in 1972 and served as Scoutmaster of the Boys Scout Troop 628 in Pahokee from 1980 until 1984, and whereas in 1982 Mr. York began his political endeavors when he ran for City Commission, and whereas Mr. York was active in the Pahokee Elks Lodge 1638 until its merging with Belglade Lodge 1716, He served one term as exalted ruler after his son's term later in life. Mr. York had a renewed interest in scouting and served on the troop committee for Troop 622 in Belglade. And whereas Mr. York served on city advisory boards and was a very active member of the Pahokee Rotary Club preceding his death, and whereas Mr. York was kind to those whom he encountered, it has been said by many that Mr. York knew no strangers, only friends he had not met yet. And whereas on August the 13th, 2019, the Lord called Mr. York home, he leaves to cherish his memory, his beloved family, friends, and dog, Bud. Now, therefore, the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, do hereby extend heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Mr. Royal E. York, and hereby honors his life and legacy. Done this day of October 2019, Mayor Keith Babb, Jr., Vice Mayor Clara Mervin, Commissioner Regina Boland, Commissioner Benny Everett, and Commissioner Felicia Hill.
I think we have Mr. York's son here. We're going to ask him to come forward, and we're going to ask the City Commission to come down so we can present him with this proclamation. And the dog. On behalf of the Pahokee City Commission, myself as Mayor Keith Babb, Vice Mayor Clara Mervin, Commissioner Regina Boland, Commissioner Everett, Commissioner Felicia Hill, who's absent, along with our city manager, our attorney, our city clerk, and our entire city community. It's an honor to present you on behalf of this commission with this proclamation honoring Mr. Roy E. York. He was an outstanding citizen in our community. I can remember the time when he brought the circus to Pahokee. He had asked all the commissioners to be the honorary ringleader, and which was a great honor to us. He brought students from Notre Dame down to do community service every year. Just a very active person, as this proclamation stated. He ran for city commission. He supported candidates who he thought would do a great job for the city. So on our behalf, it gives me an honor as mayor of this city, on behalf of this commission, to present you and your family member with this proclamation. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you would like to say a word or two. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll take a quick picture with.
Sergeant Benedict been working closely together.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. I don't hate you.
Keeping me healthy.
Yeah, I don't hate y'all.
Huh?
I don't hate y'all.
Mayor, it's you know, Mr. York, he's a, you know, it's a good proclamation we gave him. You know, he was a good man. So, you know, he's a major loss to this community. The sad part about it is, you know, the family's leaving Pahokee. The mom has already been relocated to Georgia, The son's just sort of here right now, trying to tie up loose ends. When he's done, he'll be leaving as well. So you'll be losing, the entire family. In a few weeks, he'll be moving as well. So I guess it'll be a void, around City Hall because that dog uses the restroom on our grass at City Hall. So we're going to miss that at City Hall. But Mr. York was a good guy. He would always speak every day. He's very observant of what was going on in this city. And so it's going to be, a big loss for us at City Hall because we're just so used to him being there, every morning, afternoon, evening, in the days we see him. So, but, losing a good family. Unfortunately, they'll be relocating. So, thank you very much for that proclamation, too.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, is there any family connection with the naming of the library with that family? Oh,
right. That's a good point. I didn't. Okay, thank you. Now we would, we already have the Glades Regional presentation. Now we're moving to the mayor's report. I wanted to show the presentation that we, as this commission, had completed a couple of months back, just to kind of remind our residents of some of the outstanding work that this commission have completed in the last few years. Just as a reminder, it's on Facebook. We all go on Facebook. I hope that sometime you review that. But like anything else, there's a saying, what have you done for me lately? Always seemed to be the most favorable trend. But all I can say is this commission has worked hard in improving the conditions of this city. I believe the city manager, our current city attorney, our staff, everybody that's part of this administration have a desire to improve this city and to try to move it forward. Every citizen here has a right to their opinion, but we need to be a little more cordial with people's. But we understand some frustration. I was elected the mayor of the city of Pahokee for all the residents, not just a select few. And I try to do that. The decision that I make and the vote that I make is only for one purpose and one cause, and that is, in my opinion, to move our city forward, to make the best decision that I can make. We're 5 individuals. We have 5 different opinions. We have 5 different thought patterns. It's always been that way. I think that's why the charter elect 5 commissioners, and the majority normally is a prevailing body to move things forward. It takes 3 individuals. No matter how talented we all are as individually, it's going to take the majority of us to make a decision to move this city forward. And there are going to be decisions that we may not disagree or agree with, but we have to live with them and move on and continue to work, and we can't take it personally. I've been here for a long time. All my life I've lived it in Pahokee. I've been a commissioner probably longer than any other person in this city, in the Glades region, to be factual. I'm not always perfect, but I try my best to do what is right. I've never been accused of anything unethical, illegal, and I can't control what's on Facebook or what people say. I can only control the things I can control, and that is a desire, a strong desire to move our city forward. And I'm going to talk about a few things that we have done that we sometimes even get criticized. I'm going to list it. Number one is the football field. $800,000 that our surtax money have to pay for that. Could we use that money in a more efficient way? Evidently, 3 commissioners thought at that time that was a good utilization of those dollars. You talk about the looks on those young children's face when they're out there utilizing that field. It's priceless. And then we have a division in this community pitting the commission and the black community against the Hispanic because someone feels that they're being discriminated. It's no field in Palm Beach County, no official field that I'm aware of that's open any time in any day that anyone can use. Most activities, although they are paid by taxpayer dollars, are supported by a charge and a cost associated with it. Palm Beach County own and operate Canal Point Community Center. Your taxpayer dollars pay for that. I beg your pardon if any of you all or any person here can go and ask Palm Beach County, I'm having a family reunion, I'm having a gathering, and I want to use that facility without any cost associated with it. We have worked very hard with the Hispanic community to make some sort of agreement that they'll be able to utilize that football field against even our city manager recommendation. He understands, we understand that it's something that we can do, although we are really wading into unknown territory. We're opening up something that possibly other organizations can come back and say, why can't we do that? But we have made some provision to bring that lead into our city operated program. So that would solve that, hopefully. But let's talk about some of the things we have done in the 5 years that I've been here as mayor, and most of these commissions that have been here. The marina. We're criticized for the marina, the timeliness of it, and it may be a valid criticism, but that marina contract has been sitting on the governor's desk for the governor and the cabinet to vote on it. It's been out of our hand for a long time. Things are slow. The process is sometimes slow. Let's talk about the funding that we have provided for that marina. Just recently, $1.2 million renovation completed. Anyone with common sense will look at that marina and know it's a better place than what it's been for years. In addition to that $1.2 million, we received $900,000 to continue phase 2 of the marina, which is near at the end of its completion. We have spent a lot of resources and time there, which we should, because it's a valuable asset to this community. 75% of our roads and streets in the city of Pahokee has been paved or repaved. That's just unheard of, but we have done it. I mean, we have made some major improvement. You take East Main Street, the street right across from the Pahokee Elementary School, $3.5 million, completely, totally reconstructed. We spent $550,000 on Commissioner Park, new playground equipment, new basketball court, new tennis court. That's for our youth. That's for families can come out and enjoy those amenities that other cities have. I mean, the list go on and on and on. We talk about Barfield Highway going through our main quarter. That's a $4.5 million project that the city secured from the state. That project was in the hands of the state for about a year now. It haven't been completed, haven't yet started, but it's nearing that point. We don't hold the money. We're not actually going to be doing the project. I'm just mentioning that to share that a lot of these projects sometimes takes a year or two to materialize. So I ask you, and I'm not trying to compare us with anyone else, but you look at the 5 years, the last 5 years here at the city of Pahokee, and compare it with the best 5 years that you may be able to recall in the last 20 years, and just compare the 5 years together, and you would see that this commission has really moved this city forward. Do we deserve the criticism that we're getting? We can't change that. That's fine. But in comparison, there are some comments about ethical violation or sunshine law violation. I never heard so much criticism. I'm gonna go back in the past just briefly. There was a commission that came on board, and they fired the city manager the first day of business that commission was hired or was elected. No one, without any comment, they just fired him and asked him to be escorted from the building. Some of the same critics never spoke on that. Never, at least in public, never say that the commission got together and made that decision outside the chamber. As Ms. Weeks have stated, another criticism is that this commission, everyone is aware that our previous city attorney was terminated, and it was by a majority vote. I never met this lady. She stated that none of us prior to that meeting, with the exception of the vice mayor, had ever even spoken to her. But we're being accused sometime of violating the sunshine law, even to that regard. I would tell anyone, if you feel that this commission or any commission that violated sunshine law, you have evidence of that, report it. Say on this day, at this time, these commissioners have talked, and this was the subject matter that came before the commission for a vote. You should report it. Any unethical violation that you know of and you have evidence of, please, as mayor, I encourage you to report it. That's your duty. That's your job. But don't use these thoughts that may be wrongdoing and you put it out. As again, I can't control what you put on Facebook, but all I can tell you is other folks that's interested in coming to Pahokee, they see that, and it gives the community as well as the commission a negative view in the community. But we're going to continue. As mayor, I'm going to continue to make the best decisions that I can. And I'm not asking you to always agree with it. You know, no one agree with everything. But I will work hard, and I can say that I still respect each individual here and in this community, and you're entitled to your opinions, and we're going to continue to work on your behalf. And I'm going to speak just briefly, and I know we're going to be voting on this. We talked about the ordinance and how bad it is, and there are similar ordinances that's out there to help commissions meeting run more efficient. We're not here to camp out and be here forever. And we're not here to shine our responsibility and try to rush out the door. I was at South Bay meeting just last week. They was there for 45 minutes. And I'm not comparing us with South Bay and saying we need to watch the clock and meet only 45 minutes, but in a reasonable time. Citizens have an opportunity now at the beginning of our meeting to speak on any subject, whether it's agenda items or non-agenda items. You don't have to wait. You don't have to be here all night if you choose not to. So most of those ordinance and most of those outlines in here is just to help us run our commission meeting smoothly. And everything in there we don't all agree with, and things that we don't, we can discuss that and remove it or adjust it and make some changes to it. It's not a dictatorship. It's not to silence one individual commission or two individual commissioners. It's not to silence the community, because you have the right to speak on your subject matter that you want. It's to make our operation smoother. You still have access to each commissioner prior to meeting. Talk to them, call them. But this commission meeting is to conduct business of the city, to move the city forward. And I thank you for your time and listening to that mayor's report in that presentation. Now we'll move to the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission, residents. Thanks for coming out tonight. Visitors, if you're here, still here, thanks for coming in and spending some time with us this evening. Sometimes we can get a little long, so we apologize for that. Mayor, thank you for just reminding me why I came to Pahokee. There are a lot of milestones here that we've achieved, and I'm going to add to that tonight because I came a little aggressive with a different mindset, and I'm still in that mindset because I've been doing it a lot for 4 years. Through all of those accomplishments that you've named, this administration has endured a lot, and sometimes it's been very uncomfortable, but that's part of the job. One thing about local government, I've been in it for quite some time, and I expect, you know, the rough roads with the smooth ones as well. So you just have to compensate for the course, and so I think I'm very good at that. But I'm going to add to your accomplishments that you stated earlier over the last 4 years. The city of Pahokee was very proficient in researching opportunities for increasing our capacity to serve this community. One of those recently came to an award, I guess you could say, to the city of Pahokee. We were awarded a new transportation bus by the U.S. Department of Transportation on September 27th. They delivered that bus here to Pahokee Parks and Recreation. That bus is valued at about $135,000 by the U.S. Department of Transportation. We only had to pay $10,000 for the handicap equipment that's on that bus. So to the staff in the Department of Community Economic Development, some are no longer with us. They were a part of that grant submission, and so we're very excited to have that vehicle in our fleet. It provides a capacity to do additional services to seniors, of course, additional trips in many areas in Parks and Recreation. So that's $135,000 that we didn't have to spend out of our own pockets for additional transportation here in the city of Pahokee. In addition to that, Mayor, I've spoken with you directly about a venture that I've been working on for the old hospital. I'm still not going to release that information. Sometimes when you're working with a private investor, it's important that you are clear about your objectives and you're clear about the end game that you're trying to achieve. But I will say, Mayor, Commission, and community, that we have moved aggressively forward with the old hospital for a plan that I think that everyone will be pleased with. I'm not prepared to present an agreement to the city commission as of yet. I want to meet with the organization on tomorrow here in Pahokee to get some additional information that I think will be imperative before I release site control to this organization. I will release site control to this developer. I've seen their work. They've done it nationally. They're supported by the federal government. And so I am going to release site control to this organization, but I want to have another conversation about what the project will look like for the city of Pahokee. And subsequently, when we get presentations in the city of Pahokee, and it's a public-private partnership, it's very important that we do our due diligence and look at, financial portfolios, who has the capability of carrying out the promises that they're being presented with. I can assure you, this private venture is already funded by the federal government. I actually saw the award letter for myself, but again, I'm not ready to have the public fluid conversation because I want to ensure that we don't stumble again like we have in the past on the old hospital here in Pahokee. And when I feel comfortable, I will pull in our legal firm so they can review where we're going with this project. But it's something that I think this entire community will be proud of. They will be excited about. And I'm tickled to death about it because I think as Barfield Highway is going to be getting renovations, so will the old hospital at the same time. So that's going to be a significant, change in the landscape on Barfield Highway for the street and road itself, and also for that property that's owned by the city of Pahokee. So, and that's great news for the city of Pahokee. But it's something that, Mayor, you and I, you was with me when I met the investor, when I met the developer, that moved very quickly once they came to Pahokee. And so we're excited about it, but we're not ready to release all the information yet because there's some additional things that we have to ensure are in place before we release site control to this organization. But you'll be very proud of what the conclusion will be for the corridor in that area of Barfield Highway. So hopefully by next spring, we'll see a difference occurring over there on Barfield Highway. But again, it's something that I have to continue working with this organization on to ensure that we don't stumble as we have in the past. And we have stumbled before on this location, on this property owned by the city of Pahokee. So we just want to make sure everything is where the city wants it to be as far as what we're expecting, the capabilities of this organization, who have a long history of development in municipalities by using alternative funds through the government, U.S. government, by the way. So I'm excited about that.
Can we ask what you mean by site control? Releasing site control?
They'll be able to come on and do some preliminary reviews of the structure, get some ideas of what their development portfolio should look like as far as the amount of money they need to put into the project to either build certain structures, demolishment, all those preliminary things that go into having site control over a particular piece of land that they're planning to take over. It pretty much gives them the authority to start drawing up their developmental plans for the property. They've already secured the funding actually for the property, to be honest with you. They've already rented the application and it was already funded through the federal government. I can release that. And so when you have an entity like that that is aggressively moving forward on your behalf, and they have their own financial funding, it makes the landscape a little easier to move. It makes the path easier for the city to make a decision about what the development should be as far as, selling the property to them. We will sell it. So, but again, we got to put some things in perspective first, and I want to make sure that before we come back to this commission and present it, that everything is sort of in order. And eventually it'll move over to our city attorney for their review before we bring it back to the commission. But there are some things that they want to move forward with now because they've already received funding for the location. So that's the short end of the story right now. When I first engaged them, I didn't know how aggressive they were going to move with their funding opportunities that were being presented to them. But they were skilled in this. They've done it for many years, and so that's how they were able to secure the funding for this future project here in Pahokee.
And if I could add, to Mayor, just briefly, yesterday I spoke with Richard Williams, who's the father of Serena and Venus Williams, and he's looking at trying to do some things in Pahokee to give back. His daughters at a young age and himself came to Pahokee, and they made some type of contribution and donations to some programs, but he want to have a more positive impact. One of the areas he looked at was the old hospital, and I'm prayerful that what you're doing going to go through, but as a backup plan, there are some interests also in that. In addition, he's looking at housing creation, economic development through businesses and other avenues. So that's positive, very positive. And just last, I want to say this, because I missed this. In sports, when fans are booing the team, the best way to stop the booing is to win games. So this commission is dedicated to winning games and moving our city forward. And when constituents complain, the best way to stop their complaint is to move the city forward, to bring businesses, jobs, and housing. And that's why we was elected. Thank you.
Mayor, finally, I've been in communication with the state as far as our leases with the marina. They are moving forward now that we've gotten past the 35 acres. And they released that restriction to the city of Pahokee. They're now focusing all of their energy on the marina, upcoming decision about the lease for a particular entity that we're hoping to partnership with. They have provided a date of November. They reviewed it for October, and they held on to it, and they're going to bring it back in November for that board decision with the governor and cabinet. They have provided a timeline of if you want to provide any additional language or any different additional changes. They've asked that 3 times because they looked at the leases, and they just want to make sure that the commission wants what was presented in Resolution 2018-15. If you're still with those stipulations and that language, if you are, everything stays the same. If you want to make changes, improve the lease language, etc., the fee scale of the first year, second year, and then the third, fourth, fifth year, 5%. You have that opportunity now, between now and probably the fourth week of October, to present or give some additional changes to what they'll ultimately put in their package. So I'm giving it to the commission that you have an opportunity at this time moving forward to make any final changes, to move forward with these leases as is, or any other pleasure that you have on these leases before they get before the governor and cabinet in November. City didn't delay that. They just made a decision that they wanted to go through this, thoroughly, to ensure that what they were doing is sufficient, and also to come back to the city and present. They looked really closely at that fee scale, and they had some questions about it, and they want to ensure that the commission understands what they are agreeing to before it goes to the governor and cabinet. And they've asked that, like I said, 3 times now. So they want you to diligently take a look at the fee scale in these leases and look at every other part of that resolution, and if the resolution is going to change, of course, we have to give them a different resolution before November. So I just want to present that to you, and if there is some type of additional revisions that you want to see, you want to make, whatever your pleasure may be, that's your choice. I'm just telling you, the state is giving you that opportunity as they move forward on their responsibilities of putting the package together. They've put that to me as an opportunity, because they're down to building the package and having it prepared for November. They're not going any further. I think in the second week of November on this, they'll be presented to the cabinet. So you have an opportunity to clarify everything that you presented to them previously in that resolution and that lease.
I think if we're going to make any recommendations or changes, that prior to that we would need, I would think, a workshop to look over the fee schedule, look over the actual contract, and see if there's anything that we would like. I don't know how we can even consider making a change at this point without having it in front of us, without reviewing it, and without even getting staff recommendation of what they feel changes need to be made, if any changes need to be made.
Right, correct. I wasn't
Mayor.
talking tonight.
Right.
That's just my city manager's report.
Right, okay.
Mr. Mayor.
I wasn't talking anything tonight.
I really feel
saying
that that's not fair. That's not decent of us. This company has been here for 3 years waiting on us to get this together. And I don't think making a change or changing anything at this point that holds this up even a day is even close to being the right thing to do at this point.
Okay.
I think we need to move that forward and get it done.
I just want to clear this up. This is not coming directly from the city manager. This is coming from the state asking this commission.
I know.
If there's anything you want to look at and change.
We've had 3
prior
years to
our-
look at it, though.
voting. I'm not saying we're going to do it, but it's just our obligation
But
to
you're
review it.
suggesting a workshop, and then
Yeah,
that's going
because
to
I
delay
say,
things.
if you listen closer to what I said, if we are considering making any changes, in order to do it, we would need a workshop to have it in our face so we can review it and discuss it. I'm not saying advocating one way or the other for it. I just say if we decided that that's the route we want to take, that's what we need to do. Commissioner Everett, I think you wanted to add something.
No, not at this time, Mayor.
Mayor Bab, I remember when the former attorney was here, we had suggested some changes. We never did got a copy of that lease agreement changes that was made. So is there a way that we can get a copy of that? Because we don't know what the changes was made, because we don't even have a copy of it.
There was one night.
Yeah, there were some made
There was
that
one
night
there
when
a
he
draft
was
sent.
here, because
We have a draft.
Mayor.
We all
Yes,
have
sir.
a draft.
Mayor, if I'm not mistaken, I think even Mr. Brandenburg himself had made some changes in the lease. But
Okay,
either way it goes,
we have a commission talking. I'm hearing a lot of echo. I don't know where it's coming from, but
I'm just asking,
asking.
either way it goes, if we can just get a copy of the lease, because we don't have a copy of it. So we can know, what's been said in the lease, but we don't have written copies of the lease.
Mayor, Commission, and I asked the state to give me a copy of what was forwarded to them. They sent me a draft. So whenever the commission decide, and I'll forward that between now and tomorrow morning. So if the commission wants to come back and look at that lease, that's your pleasure. But I do have a copy of what was forwarded to the state.
Again, we can have a workshop, we can have a special meeting. It's just up to the commission if that's your choice, if that's what you feel you would like to do to look at it. If not, then we just move forward. It's up to the commission. Maybe once you get the actual contract, by reading it, you may want to decide from there, let's have some type of workshop or meeting. If not, then it will.
Well, another thing on that, Mayor, we have some display, but we, with that, we want to put on record, it's not the city of Pahokee that held up the signing and approval of the leases. We have nothing to do with it for it going to the state. So we want, I know we have people say, oh, well, it's y'all the one holding it back. That's not the truth. So we want to put on record, it's not the commissioners that are holding the lease back from being signed through Tallahassee. That's not on us. But we do have to make, as they said in everything, diligent and look over the lease and make sure everything is correct. Not just for one side, but for the whole community on, is it, because we have lately have had some questions that came to the commission that, you know, that's something that they would like to address about the lease. We have had questions from the community that would like to ask questions. So I think of the workshop will be good.
Mr. City Manager, did we send a lease to the state that wasn't signed?
No, yeah, because that lease wasn't executed because, of course, you had to wait.
No, I'm
before.
asking if we didn't sign it.
No, you sent our former legal firm sent a draft of what we decided should be in that lease that went to the state, and it was held there until it goes to the governing cabinet.
And
then,
it was signed by the commission?
What was signed by the commission?
The lease?
No, there was no. We revised all of our leases, and then we sent a new draft to Tallahassee. Okay? With that draft went the resolution that's been sitting in Tallahassee until the governor and cabinet gets it. Once they decide that you can provide for multiple leases, marina, restaurant, campground, that can be executed by this city commission. You can't do it until Tallahassee says yes. You can't execute 3 leases until Tallahassee gives their approval for you to execute 3 leases. So it has to come back, the lease that we write, for execution. We can't execute anything. We can't sign anything. We can't put it into law. It's just a proposal to Tallahassee to allow an entity to sublease from us. We can't execute that until Tallahassee says yes. And all they're saying now is, before we say yes or say no or whatever, that this is your final opportunity for any recommendations or changes you want to make. That's what they're saying. If there are any at all. That's all they're saying. You know, it's just, they're going to ask that question anyway. So,
Mayor.
So that's all Tallahassee is saying right now. You know, we can't execute those leases until they say yes. They got a draft lease that we formulated, and they took information from that lease and they put it into their package. And now they're just asking questions, and they're going through their due diligence and their vetting, and they're coming back to the city and saying, hey, is this what you want? Okay, great. We're going to put everything in the package. If there's no other changes, there are no additions, deletions, or whatever, we're moving forward. That's all they're saying. That's all they're saying. And naturally, they would say that anyway before they present it to the governing cabinet, because they want to be correct as well. You got a staff that's working in Tallahassee, as well as you got a staff working on this as well. And everybody wants to be on the same page. And everybody wants to ensure that when this is done, that it's something that we all can live with and we can be very successful, regardless of who the entity is going to be.
Okay, so
them just going through their formalities.
At this point, the city manager will forward a copy of that lease agreement to each of the commission. We'll look at it, review it, and in the interim, if we feel, based on that document, that we recommend or feel some changes need to be made or addressed, then either I will call a special meeting or we will have a workshop. But I need to get your input through the city clerk whether or not a meeting is desired by us to move forward. And that's the quickest route I can see that we can move forward.
Do you want to get this tomorrow so you can review it? So
Yes,
you can make a
absolutely.
decision?
As
Okay,
soon as
great.
we can get it, is hopefully tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. Again, that's just a recommendation. It's, you know, city manager is not saying, hey, go over here and make this change right here. I'm not saying that. I'm saying Tallahassee is saying, if this is your final support for all of these 3 leases, fine. We're going to move forward. We're going to prepare the package. We're going to be done with it.
Okay. That's it. That's a conclusion of your
yes, sir.
report. Thank you, sir. Now we'll move to old business. On the old business, we have.
Mr. Mayor.
Ma'am? I'm
City
sorry.
Attorney. Okay. I have an announcement of a notice of an executive session that I'm seeking approval for at approximately 6 o'clock on Tuesday, October 22nd, or as soon thereafter as may be heard. I'm asking that the City Commission I meet with you all privately as an executive session to discuss pending litigation pursuant to Section 286.0118 Florida statutes for the following case: Okeechobee Land Company, Inc. versus City of Pahokee, Florida, and it is court case number 50-2018 CA. And the people who will be at the commission meeting, as required by Florida statutes to announce, would be Commissioner Boland, Commissioner Everett, Commissioner Hill, Vice Mayor Mervin, and Mayor Babb, City Manager Chandler Williamson, City Attorney Bernadette Norris Weeks, Assistant City Attorney Michelle Austin Pammies, and a certified court reporter. The estimated length of the attorney-client session will be approximately 30 minutes, and I would ask that we be able to set this on Tuesday, October 22nd at 6 p.m.
Attorney Weeks, I'll be in Washington on October 22nd.
That's not a problem. One commission now.
We could move it. There are we could move it to the following meeting. Yes, ma'am. And that would be City Clerk. Can you help me?
The first Tuesday in November. I'm sorry, the second Tuesday in November, and I don't have that date. Let's look it up.
November 12th. If that would be allowable, I would like to set it for that date, November the 12th at 6 p.m.
Okay. Okay. We need a motion for that.
So we're agreeing to vote, November date?
Yes, November 12th. You don't need a motion.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we can just calendar it if there's a consensus
great.
of that date.
All right.
Okay.
And just for the audience, executive session is a meeting between our legal staff and this commission. It won't be in public. It will be recorded and reviewed, and once this case is settled, all the minutes and the of that meeting will be public for your review. Okay. So mainly doing lawsuit litigations and all that. Just.
Yeah, there is one other issue, Your Honor, Mr. Mayor. There's been a lot of discussion about what the ordinance 2019-02 says and doesn't say, and during old business, I would very much like the opportunity to go over it. It was hard to do it by phone at the last meeting and summarize it, so it may have been, maybe a good thing that there was a notice issue so that we can have an opportunity to go through it and you all can understand what it is that will come before you at the following meeting.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you said there was a notice issue? What was the notice issue?
You'll have to talk with the city clerk.
The notice issue is that it has to be advertised for second reading, which is a public hearing. So Palm Beach Post has their deadlines. We didn't meet it. It was the next day after the meeting.
So this is not going to be second reading?
Today is not the second meeting. I'm
Okay.
sorry, second reading, but we are fine.
Yeah. So it's been placed on the old business just for possible discussion and more question if need to. So at this time, we'll move. Are you complete with your?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So at this time, we'll move to our old business. We have ordinance 2019-02. At this point, we'll turn this over to the city attorney to kind of give us an overview of this particular ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I won't read the title since this is not a public hearing, but I would like to go through it, and I think all of you have the ordinance in front of you. On the first page, it's simply just stating what it is, the whereas clause. and clauses and in Section 1. And this is a section just generally about Section 1 about decorum and ground rules for decorum and what will be expected for decorum. You all have currently just some very light language in some what's called rules of procedure in your current ordinance, but I don't know if it, well, it does not, in my opinion, go far enough with how you might treat each other, how the public might be treated, how and this is you will see this language that's set forth in this section in many ordinances. If you go into any of the code provisions that keep city codes, it's very common that there are rules and procedures that are set forth. And so just to kind of go forward, the procedures and scope, it talks generally about the city of Pahokee is permitted by Florida law to determine its own rules of procedure, which it is, and that's what you're doing now. This is broad, under your broad home rule authority to be able to craft your rules as long as those rules don't violate Florida statutes, and they do not. In terms of an agenda, the agenda, unless otherwise set forth, shall be agreed upon by a majority vote, which is what you do right now with your agendas. And the city manager and the city attorney, as is the case right now, can agenda an item for discussion, and that happens, and that can happen right now. The duties and responsibilities of the mayor, these are some general things that are Robert's Rules type of things under duties and responsibilities. It just basically states things about recognizing all of you, making sure that he's giving everybody an opportunity to speak, to discuss issues, not to unreasonably delay recognition of any of you want to speak. Just very similar, not even similar, but really exactly the kind of things he's doing right now, but it's set forth in your ordinance so that it's very clear and you understand what your really your rights and duties of commissioners are with respect to any presiding officer. And one of the things I want to point out, that a lot of times what happens if there is a very controversial issue that is lost on a vote because there's not a majority, you may have someone bring that issue up, and it's a contentious, controversial issue. So what a lot of cities do to curtail issues from being reintroduced that are contentious and have already been voted down for lack of a second is you have to wait a period of time to reintroduce that issue. And so in this case, it would be a period of 3 months if an issue fails. However, if there is some information that was not known at the time, that issue could be brought back sooner, or an emergency or something like that. And one of the other things that you may want to be aware of is time of the meetings, and this has come up before, and obviously you can move these times if you find that this is not enough time. But many commissions, and even in some charters, they will have the time period upon which meetings would have to end. And that's totally within the purview of the commission, because your charter does not speak to it. And because your charter doesn't speak to it, you can actually set your own rules with when your meetings should appropriately end. So this is just suggested language, but you all can make it anything you want. You can make it 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or whatever you want it to make it. But basically, the time of meetings here, it would set forth a specific time to end, and begin at 6:30 and end no later than 9 p.m. The City Commission discussions, these are just typical things that you will find in Robert's Rules, and things like each commission, each member of the City Commission and the public who desire to speak shall address the mayor or the presiding officer and then be recognized. And these are the kind of, not to interrupt anybody who has the floor. And in this case, it also goes further and talks about, while the City Commission is in session, members of the City Commission and the public present at the meeting shall not be in conversation or otherwise delay or interrupt the proceedings. And it really talks about the peace that should be afforded to your City Commission meetings, not just from yourselves, but also from outbursts from the public. There are provisions for citizens' rights, citizens being allowed to be heard and speak. Currently, you have 3 minutes, and that's what is set forth in this ordinance. Citizen that a member may be heard, member from the public may be heard for a period of 3 minutes, and this right does not apply to an official act that must be taken to deal with an emergency situation. It doesn't involve a ministerial act, including but not limited to ceremonial proclamations, and it doesn't include issues that are exempt by 286.011, such as the executive session. And it doesn't include quasi-judicial hearings. So, but in all other cases, if a member comes and presents themselves, a member of the public, prior to 6:35 p.m., that member will be given an opportunity to speak on any issue on the agenda, and that is this actually gives a grace period almost, because what a lot of commissions do is they will have at the start of the meeting, like if the meeting starts at 7, the public has to come and sign in by 7. This, because I knew it might be controversial perhaps from some members of the public, my suggestion was to make it 6:35 so people do have time, but you could certainly make it a longer period of time in your discretion. Also, it goes into personal or slanderous remarks that are made. This is just standard language that you'll find in a lot of rules of procedure, that any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks who shall become boisterous while addressing the commission may be requested to leave the meeting, and may at that meeting not be ejected from that meeting and not be able to come back for that meeting. And so these are things that certainly right now the mayor has the authority to implement. However, this legislation makes it clear in writing that these are the rules that you will proceed by. And in special meetings, as currently is the case, the meetings are called solely for a specific purpose that's stated on the agenda, and that is standard for special meetings, which is one of the things you comply with right now. Certainly your quorum is still the majority of the commission meetings commission members who are present at a meeting. However, on this, this is some standard language that you may consider to implement or not. If a commission member misses 3 consecutive meetings or 4 total meetings during a fiscal year, that can be considered grounds for removal. Some commissions have some provisions where they have, it has to be stated, or they have to get, have a good cause or something like that. So if you didn't want it to be as stringent, you could certainly have some good cause language in here that would address that, but that's something for your consideration. Additionally, this talks about your compensation and expense allowance. This comes right out of language that you already have in your ordinance, and it talks about the amount of compensation. So the section 2 that you see here is exactly what you have right now. It's section 3 in terms of attendance of meetings by telephone or other electronic means. This basically makes it clear that you can attend by telephone if there are 2 other meetings, 2 other members present at least, and then that third member can have be counted for a quorum if in fact you have 2 other members who are present. It also goes into stating that it's not just for convenience that somebody would appear by telephone, but rather it would be in cases where there is a real emergency or reason for the person not to be present. Section 4 outlines the order of business, and the biggest issue here, there are 2 issues that you should be concerned with or familiar with, and that is the public participation section would be like most other commission agendas at the very beginning of the meeting as opposed to the end of the meeting. What happens and what I've observed in your meetings is when the public comes up at the very end of the meeting, it turns into another meeting, and so you may want to streamline your meeting by having everybody speak speak on anything they want to at one time on the agenda. So they're not limited, and I think like the mayor said earlier, people don't have to stay the entire meeting in order to speak if they have a particular concern on a particular issue. And they can also speak, and the good thing about this is they can speak before issues are actually considered. So the way that you have it now, there may be issues that you have voted on, and then the public will come up to speak on something, but it's really too late. So this actually gives them more rights in terms of their being able to get their message and point across and let you know what their concerns are prior to votes. Still, again, it would be 3 minutes still. And also on one of the things that you may want to be aware of, there will be a future, if you pass this, a future agenda items area on the agenda. So if particular commissioners have issues that they want to bring before the commission, it would be a way for staff to prepare for the item. So it wouldn't be a thing where you're putting the manager on the spot. You would actually have it as an agenda item on the very next agenda where the manager would need to bring forth certain issues, and it will be voted upon. And if there's enough interest in it, then it will go forward. One of the things that this prevents, especially in some cities, is where you have a small staff, is you have commissioners asking staff to do things that maybe the commission would not approve or agree upon if they all knew that this was taking place. And so if you're able to bring forth items and have the manager work on things that you all agree on as a future agenda item to prepare for that item, then it helps to better have your staff prepared for the issue, and also it helps to put you in a position where you're actually dealing with the issues that all of you agree on. And so it generally, once it starts going, it doesn't take long to do that, but that's something you could either take out or keep depending on what you want to do. Another thing you may want to request for readily available information. So a thing that's already required by Florida statutes is the city manager, city staff, if there is information that citizens are requesting in terms of information, public records, that information has to be provided. That is Florida law. So that is just really outlined here, so it's clear, and it's something that is a part of your public records. And speaking of public records, Section 8 deals with the same thing, what a public record is, and that you know, things that need to be brought forward, they should be. One of the things that in Section 9, another section dealing with some public records, and it talks about the clerk being designated as the custodian of records. Florida statutes changed a few years ago where you actually have to have in your lobby and in clear form who your custodian is of public records, and here is the clerk of your city. And it also talks about if you get some document or something sent to you that you have, we would have 72 hours in order to present the information, whatever it is, if it's involving city business, to the clerk, so that if she were given a public records request, that information would be housed with the clerk and could be provided. You could take that out. You could not have that. That's just something for you to consider that is in many rules of procedure dealing with cities. Also, inspection by city. This is just standard language that obviously the public has an opportunity and an obligation and a duty. Well, the city has a duty and an obligation to produce and allow citizens to inspect records that are public. Another thing that you may want to be aware of is, just skipping through to Section 18, it talks about indemnification. No, it wasn't actually 3 pages, but I'll go back up to Section 10 because this is stuff I've already gone through. But inspection by citizens, you can do that. Removing or withholding from the custodian, you can't do that, so that's just clear. Public hearings, we all know that as the second reading of a public hearing is when you would have the public hearing, so I think that's why I skipped it. I thought it was pretty obvious. But 13, indemnification of municipal officers for losses and expenses. You don't have anything right now that specifically addresses how you deal with a citizen coming forward and suing any one of you individually for acts that you may do in your public duty. So if you are doing what you're supposed to be doing and operating like you're supposed to be operating, and a person from the public comes and sues any one of you, it does not provide currently that you would be provided with the defense. This basically outlines the fact that you would be provided with the defense and you would be indemnified if you are sued personally. And it talks about an expense being even litigation expenses, so your legal fees would be paid, and it doesn't have to be me, so it's not something that is created for me. This could be you retain your own attorney, and then as long as it's a reasonable fee, then that attorney would be paid if you are sued individually, because I can't represent you individually anyway. Indemnification, this just means that, basically the city will indemnify you if you are doing something that is proper in your role as an elected official. And if you go on down to the bottom of the page, it just talks about your obligation, which would be to cooperate. So if the city is doing this, you would actually have to cooperate and make sure that you attend any depositions, that you attend court or trials, or furnish evidence if evidence is necessary, that you would grant the city access to do, what it needs to do to to basically defend your honor, basically. If it also provides for information that describes what happens if you are not authorized to act in your official duty. If you're operating rogue and you're doing something that's against whatever you should be doing, then it basically, that next page goes into how you will not be compensated, and if you have to basically give the official given a written notice of at least 20 days before a hearing, and these are things that you can consider putting it in, or you can take it out. It's totally up to you, but I did want to bring forth that you all don't have anything like that protects you now. There is a section that talks about interest and administrative fees. One of the things that some cities struggle with is what happens if there's an overdue account, and how they deal with invoicing people and being able to add additional penalties. This allows for a 1% penalty that may be imposed by the director of financial management or his or her designee. And it also talks about return checks. And so if there is a return check, you can get have a service fee charge of $20 or 5% on the face amount of the check, whichever is greater. Moving on to section number 15, settlement of claims. This has to do with if, for instance, the city, somebody hits one of the city vehicles and the damage is minor, it would allow for some negotiation with the person who hit the vehicle and to be settled without necessarily coming forward to the city commission if it's less than $5,000. If it's over $5,000, then it would have to come before the city commission, and the manager could have some discretion to, if it is a municipal claim, to deal with that. If it's over $5,000, also the municipal claim would then proceed to you all making the decision of what you wanted to do once the manager brings it to your attention. So that's really what section number 15 is about. And then the rest of it is just standard language about severability and an effective date, and that pretty much completes the ordinance. It's not anything, like I said, it's not anything scary. It's pretty standard. You can kind of dive into it and digest it, and then perhaps come back and decide what you would like to do, or in terms of taking language out or what have you at your next meeting. But thank you for the opportunity to present that item.
Thank you. We'll move now to our new business, which is the selection of our legal firm. And we have a motion to that effect if a commission has a respondent that they feel should be our new legal advisor. You can make a motion, it needs to be second, and we'll vote. If the motion don't get a majority approval, then we can proceed with the second responder. If that don't get a favorable, then we re-advertise.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to offer a motion that we entertain the services of Attorney Weeks.
I'll second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin that we attain the services of Attorney Weeks as our legal representative for the city of Pahokee. Call for questions.
Well, I personally think that we only had 2 people who actually qualified for this, and I don't have anything against either one of them. But when I made the motion, I specifically made the motion that we should advertise in LinkedIn, that we should advertise on Indeed.com, that we should advertise a number of places. It's my understanding that we advertised in the Palm Beach Post. If she hadn't been sitting here, Ms. Weeks, she would not have known. That's why I asked, how did they find out? If they didn't have somebody specifically searching for that ad, they wouldn't have known either. So I don't think we did ourselves a fair justice in the fact that we didn't advertise it where we might actually get some response. And again, it comes back to every time we have an RFP or we have anything that goes out, it goes out and we get 1, we get 2. And it possibly could be because we're not advertising it where people actually shop for stuff. And so I don't think that we should hire anybody tonight. I think that we need to go back out for an RFP or whatever, RLI, whatever it's called, and see if we can actually advertise someplace where somebody's looking for that advertisement.
Any additional questions from the commission? I will say this. I think the 2 firms that we have before us who made the presentation, they both are highly qualified. Both have a minimum of 20-plus years of experience. They both have a team that will represent Pahokee. Even our biggest assets is the marina, and each time we went out to do a proposal on that, we only received 1 or 2 respondents for that. So I think we have done our due diligently to advertise. We advertised at least 30 days.
No, we didn't. No, we did not.
Okay,
No.
maybe I'm wrong on
We
that.
advertised 3 days.
But I think we do have a qualified group that we can select. In addition to comments? Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Boland?
No.
Mayor Babb?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Motion passes by a majority, 3-1 vote for the attainment of the Weeks as our legal attorney. Now, We'll move to our citizen comments and general concerns. City Clerk, at this time, do we have any comments cards from our citizen?
Yes, sir. The first one is from Mr. Bobby Coven. Next one is from Ms. Catherine Marvez.
My name is Catherine Marvez. I live at 1838 East Pahokee, East Main Street in Pahokee, Florida. I've sat through tonight's meeting. I had my say earlier about what I thought, how this commission could do a little bit better. I heard you go on about the positive things that you've done for the city, and I think that's terrifically wonderful. However, I think what I didn't hear from here today is what my concern is poor job performance. The perception that we have that this group does not get their information through to staff, i.e. putting an ad where it belongs. You, Mr. Mayor, who have often said, I don't get reports from the city manager, I want reports from the city manager, and yet the city manager never gives you reports. Funds that have gone missing, funds that have been misplaced, funds that were due and owing for years and come up 2 years later because, oh, we forgot about that, or oh, that money was misplaced. You can't misplace money for 3 years if you're doing an audit of your books on a monthly basis. So the deal is, it's not about black, white, green, red, blue, or anything else. Nobody here has any issues with any of you. We would all think that we could all go out to dinner later on. The issue is strictly and solely poor job performance. We don't want to hear that the mayor is not getting the reports that he asked for. We don't want to hear that Commissioner Bolin is having her eyes rolled at when she asks questions that are legitimate for her to be able to vote. So if you want to be respected, if you want peace in your house, do a better job at what you're doing. I heard you say wonderful things about playgrounds and children, and that's all wonderful. I haven't heard anything about business development since I've been here, about the attempt to get business development. There have been so many businesses that I have spoken to who have said, forget it. That City Hall is a nightmare. And I know you've heard it too. I know every one of you has heard it, and you know it. I know every one of you is not getting the reports that you asked for. And yet you sit up here and say, if the citizens weren't so vocal, so disappointed, so disrespectful, this is our outlet. So it's not about us and you, it's about poor job performance. So continue doing what you're doing, but do a better job.
Thank you, ma'am. And I will speak just briefly on the business development. In the last 3 years, the city have attained 15 new businesses. The city manager and myself went to one of the largest retail conferences in the United States to attract and solicit businesses here. I just recently spoke with Mr. William. We will continue to work on generating businesses for the city of Pahokee. We can only control what we can control, which is improving our infrastructure, present a positive view for this city, and hope that businesses would accept that invitation to come to Pahokee to do business. But a large part of that is having the population and the support of our residents to sustain businesses. But that's just because you didn't hear anything about business development. It's a challenge, and we still have a long way to go, but we will continue to work on it. Are there any additional comments, cards, Clerk?
Yes, sir. Next one is from Metra Hughes.
Metric Hughes at 1897 Bacon Point Road. And I would just like to say I have 6 pages here read, but I could just put it in a few words really quickly. Businesses are what you build a town for. Children don't stay here because we have businesses. They leave to go to work somewhere. There is no businesses. And the hemp, her personal feeling about the hemp was being pushed onto this, all of you, wasn't it? No, it was marijuana that was pushed. That's not passed the state. Hemp was passed the Monday prior to Tuesday in the state of Florida. But since it was marijuana, that creates a negativity. So guess what? Can that marijuana? That was a $50 million corporation at the least that was before you. They didn't even get to finish his introduction of production, not of growing marijuana. So these 6 pages, if you don't put the business in here for the children, football field is great, but that's not going to give them a job other than football. And you know, I had it all right here, and I was going to say it all, but there is nothing here that you all are agreeing to. All the words that were said by the people here, and her, and the mayor, and the city manager, are the 95 words I looked at, 85 words I looked up to try to describe what goes on in here. Well, Margaret Thatcher described it as best as you can get it at her lecture. And there was others at the lecture. After the 95 words to 85 words I looked up. Red flag. Mr. Colvin said some of the words also. And I said, what are we saying here? Well, would you like the description of what is going on here? Let's see. Since I'm not reading it all, I had 6 pages. Miss Thatcher describes this as devilishly.
Okay, sorry. Time is up.
It's up to them.
We have the point. Time is up. And I'm gonna make a comment on this. You mentioned hemp, and you mentioned the city attorney. I just like to let you know the city attorney has worked hard in coming up with a workable economic agreement with that hemp company. We haven't given up. They walked out. We asked them to come back to the table and let's continue our discussion and negotiation. We have worked hard to generate businesses. Now you can again compare us with anyone else. It's a difficult task bringing businesses, but that don't mean we stop. We're going to continue. We are business friendly. We are soliciting business, but we have a partnership with the community to support it. In addition to cards.
The next one is from Sanquetta Calvin.
Good evening, 1548 Cemetery Avenue. My name is Sanquetta Cowan. I've missed a couple of meetings here in person, but I have been watching the meetings online, and maybe it was God working in my favor because I had a few questions that I wanted to ask that I'm asking. I'm one of the ones that had questions in regards to the lease for the marina. I haven't had a chance to see what has been sent up to Tallahassee, but what I'm asking is that before you sign a lease. I'll have some questions. I'll email them to the city manager that I would like to have considered prior to a lease being signed. I would like to know how much the company has written the marina for. Are we getting any money up front? Will the city be responsible for the campground? If it's not, will the services that the city is going to be providing, if we're getting anything as far as collateral, because I've heard before how companies have come in, walked away, water bill was left unpaid. So I would like to see if any of this is being put in the lease so that the city is not left responsible for all of this like it was last time. How much is the rent going to be? How long is the lease for? What type of business is the company going to bring to the marina? Is all of this in the lease? We talk about economic development. What kind of business is it going to bring so that it can bring some jobs here? I also want to know, is there anything in the lease that's going to interfere with the city or the citizens being able to utilize the facilities for meetings or city events? Because I know they have the annual barbecue up there with the Tri-Cities. What are we going to be limited to with the marina? I would like to, before the lease is signed, that the citizens have an opportunity to give input and to see exactly what is in this lease. I know I am one that wants to see the lease and have some input. So that was one of my concerns. And also, how long is this lease is going to be for? And is it in the lease that are we going to be taking care of the campgrounds, or are they going to be taking care of it? Are they going to be paid by taxpayers because of now private company have it? I would like to see if all of that information is in there. That's what I would like to see before a lease is signed. So I would like to see you all have a workshop before making a decision on the lease for the marina. And I know they waited a long time, but as a citizen, I have that right to ask that question because I have not seen the lease, and I would like to because I live in Pahokee and pay taxes here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I email my questions all to the city manager so he can send it to you.
In addition, a comment card, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next one is from Sharon Coven.
Sharon Colvin, 3096 Bacon Point Road. I agree with a lot that people have said tonight, but I can tell you one thing. It's one thing to come to a meeting when there's something going on. But my husband and I, we have been here in every meeting, unless we were sick or out of town, for over 10 years. 10 years. And I have, seen a lot. And I'd like to ask the mayor and the commission, is Pahokee any better since you've become a commissioner?
I answer that for you absolutely, positively, yes. In the last 5 years, absolutely. That's my opinion. I'm not speaking for everyone.
Well, I've no trouble in saying that I voted for each one of you up here. I voted for each one of you. And I've even worked hard on your campaigns, Keith.
I agree.
Very much so. Behind you, 100%. But I stand up here tonight, and I'll tell each one of you, except for Regina Bowling, that I am disgusted that you have not done your due diligence to hold staff, city manager, accountable. We sit here meeting after meeting, and you do not hold the city manager accountable. You're his employer, not him yours. It's time for each of you to do the job that you promised while campaigning and that you swore on the Bible to do when you took your oath to be a commissioner. The city needs to fire this city manager with cause, and there are numerous causes. We cannot continue as a city to do the same things and expecting better results. Just this last meeting, the city manager said that the marina work would be finished in 10 days. Last meeting. Why has nothing even been done up there since the last meeting? This is the way it is.
Thank you, Ms. Court, for your comments. In addition to comments, Court.
The next one is from Joanne Culberson.
Joanne Culberson, 1621 East Main Street. I was going to hold my comment because I really never know what I'm going to say till I listen to everything in here. And it's the same thing every time. There is, yes, y'all have done a lot, but it doesn't seem like any project ever gets completely finished. We've messed with this marina for 4 years. I'm ready to just, and y'all had a RSVP, I'm pretty sure. And now we want to go back to changing it and doing this and doing that and being, if everybody in here don't know what we've discussed in the last 4 years of that, I'm like her. I've been to every meeting unless I've been out of town or sick. And we all know what's going on with the marina. And every time something, with everything, something always wants to end up getting changed. And Babs, he's met with Mr. Williams all over Facebook. He's met and he wants economical development. He wants to help us do this and he wants to help us do that. Tonight we heard what a great commission we had and what all y'all have done. But we can't even get the dike finished or get the splash pond up and splashing, and it's winter again. I'm like her. I am thoroughly fed up with this city.
Thank you. In addition to comments, Clerk?
Yes, sir. The next one is from Kirkpatrick. The next one is from Lonnie Spry.
My name is Lonnie Spry. I live at 424 Royal Palm Court in Pahokee. And I'm like some of the others. I come to a lot of the meetings, but I miss a lot. And there's a reason why I miss a lot, because I am a minister, and my ministerial duties is way more important than this. I'll come here listening to some of the foolishness y'all talk about up in here don't even make no sense. And I want you to know, I voted for everybody up there on that diocese also, just like some of you did. But I'm disappointed in Regina Boland because I worked like hell to get her voted in, and all she's done was fight the city manager, fight the mayor. You didn't get voted in for that. And I also want to say, for those of you who fighting the city manager,
Allow the resident to speak.
those of
please.
you that
I know
fighting the city manager, y'all haven't read the Pahokee State of Affairs since August 15th, 2015, after arrival of Mr. Williams. Y'all need to go to the City Hall and get a copy of this and see what's been done. Some of you talking but don't know what you're talking about. Until you see it in black and white, you need to be quiet. I don't dislike nobody in here, white, black, blue, or green. Some of my best friends sitting up in here right now are white. But I'm disappointed. I came to this city 7 years ago. Some of the city managers that y'all had here was robbing the city blind. The mayors you had here was robbing the city blind. Ain't none of y'all got up and fought against that. Ain't none of y'all said fire him or fire them. But as soon as these people come in here doing everything this need to be done in this city, y'all want to talk about fire. You know why you want to talk about fire? Because they ain't doing what you want them to do. They ain't kissing your behind. God bless you.
In addition to comments, Carl.
The next one is from Mary Dobro.
Dobro.
Y'all hush up and listen to these people. This is enough. It's terrible. Go on, ma'am.
Mary Dobro, Bacon Point Road, Pahokee, Florida. City Manager, is there any update on the Meltilla sign? We've kind of been going back and forth on that since June. I know you said it was in production, and also you said you was getting a drawing back in August.
Meltilla sign is probably close to being completed now. They've already came out and they actually did spot 2 locations. We just haven't decided which location we want to go with. But it should be done by now. They haven't contacted me, but they did put it into production. They did come out and measure, actually, did the research for any electrical lines.
No utilities there since I didn't see any utility.
They didn't indicate anything back to me once they came out, no.
Okay, well, I think it should be on the corner of the chamber, actually, so it can be seen when you come around the corner.
We'll take that under consideration, yes, ma'am. That's why I asked them to spot 2 locations instead of 1. I knew that was going to be a question. So.
And I have one more. I was really kind of in awe when the attorney here left. Everybody had their head down. Nobody said thank you or anything. That was...
The man did.
I didn't hear him say it. No.
Now we need left. I think that both applicants for applying. If I oversighted that, it's on me.
Well, maybe everybody's talking. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
The next one is from La Teresa Jones.
Yes, thank you. Greetings. My name is Latresa Jones. My husband and I have been in Pahokee for 2 weeks now. This is the first meeting I've come to. I am from Detroit, Michigan originally. We relocated from Ocala because my husband is a retired deputy sheriff and he's going to Nova University to the dental school. We've educated 7 children. And coming in here and sitting down, this is where the community comes. I look at the behavior of council people, commissioners. I listen to people here, black and white people. This is 2019. I walk in here and I don't know any of you. And it's a total divide in the city. We come and we decide we want to relocate to build, to retire. This is foolishness. My husband needs a place to have a dental office. And I'm going to tell you something that I know for a fact for all of y'all, all of you. I'm from Detroit. I know what bad government looks like and what the end result is to the children in the city. Now I'm here and hearing about an $800,000 football field, and I know this school that I saw all over the internet don't even have air conditioning for these kids. It's mold in schools. There's nothing wrong with me, but there's something wrong with a system in place in here. Because they can play football, but them kids gonna end up dying in the end with mold in their lungs. We have to prioritize in this city. Because I ain't going nowhere if I use my hard-earned money and move it to a community. I live at 6, where we live, honey? We live at 611 Amaryllis. And I wasn't and you all talking about business, where the people gonna live? You have to have housing for businesses to come. You have to. Certain things are common sense. Common sense. And when it stinks, I'm gonna tell you something. And y'all better be careful. Because the government will roll in here and take over this city because it's not a rich city. It does not have income coming in. What do you all tell people like us that come to a place to move in the hood? And let me tell you, and they stole my refrigerator. But they won't do it no more because they know I'm not playing with them. It's about how you communicate, everybody. Y'all grown people. My grandmother died at 122 in this country. and I come to Pahokee and see something I've not seen in hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. And y'all all praying to what God? God's people don't behave like this. They get it together. And I didn't come up here to raise sin. I came up here because I don't have no stop signs in my community. My stop sign should not be yellow, sir. And I want some stop signs over there. I'm Latricia Jones.
In addition to comments card.
The next one is from Patricia Wilson.
I'm sorry. No, I want to stop sign.
I'm Patricia Wilson, 731 Barack Obama Boulevard. First of all, I oppose the lease of the marina, because listening and looking at some of this stuff on Facebook make you wonder what's really going on. And for certain ones to pretend that they my friend, I don't deal with fake people. I call you out. Regina, I voted for you, but I thought you had more class than what you have. I'm going to say what I have to say because it's my minute.
Even if you disagree with the comments, please respect the person who's speaking. It's always
they talked about the city attorney. For years, this man been dragging his foot. And every time they ask him for something, it's going to take him 2 weeks, 3 weeks before he get back. But yet and still, you went along with the program. Yes, I call him out on Facebook. My mother and father are both deceased. I have 980 family members that's Cromarties. I have 500 that's bikers. So I'm a long lineage. I have officers that work for the sheriff department. I won't call their name. I have family members. So I'm not scared of nothing. I want to say this to the mayor, the staff, the commissions. You're doing a great job. I want to say to the city manager, you don't have to answer everybody's call. If you answer everybody's call, you'll never get no work done. So, therefore, I give you kudos to you. To the new attorney, it's hell here, but you're a survivor. To our city clerk, you have a lot on your plate. They call and say they want this done, that done. It's not that many hours in the day to get all this work done, but when they call the mayor, they get their little team together, call for town hall meetings, but I yet to see them call for one that's justified, a real meeting. So I'm saying to those who I don't like, you already know who you are. But I'm going to support this town. I'm born and raised here. I wasn't brought here, I was raised here. So I've been here a long time. I left, came back 11 years. Things have changed. I've seen the changes. So you got me. I'm here for the whole haul. So the commissioners, the ones that's working for us, continue working for us.
The last comment card is from Robert Lambert.
Hard act to follow here a couple of times. Seems like I must be the most hated person here in Pahokee for trying to investing over $100,000 of my money, being here for 3 years, so I don't know. But one thing I would like to address to my friend, the city manager, is I have been trying since Hurricane Dorian was bearing down on this little city and our state as a Category 5. I've been trying to reach him by telephone. And I know he's mad at me. He's mad at me over the point counterpoint 2 and me having to go out and spend $1,650 of my own money to go get lines and properly secure that vessel, which had no insurance, which even with the winds that we got would have broken loose, only moored with 2 lines, very old lines. It would have broken loose. It would have destroyed other property. It would have destroyed your floating docks. So if I overstepped my boundary, Mr. City Manager, I apologize, but I have been trying to reach you for over a month. Both by telephone and by text message and by email, And, if you really want development in this city, you really want business, and you really want to move forward, you could at least return my calls. Thank you.
Mr. Lamb, and normally don't make a lot of comments when folks speak, but I will make this comment. You have indicated previously in the past the amount of money you have spent up at that marina. Now you're using the term 100,000. I'm not sure where that at as a mayor. I don't have any knowledge of you spending that type of money. You're in the process, your company, of getting that bid. I wouldn't advise anyone, because we don't know who's going to get it, if you're going to get it, to invest that type of money in there. You need to give this commission some evidence of your expenditure, that you haven't received reimbursement, and who gave you the permission and authorization to spend that kind of money. I would really be heartfelt if something happened where you didn't get that marina and you spent that kind of money. So it's a public meeting. I'm just putting it out there. That's a figure too high to just ignore and say, this man has spent that kind of money here in the city and haven't gotten any reimbursement. I think that was a conclusion of the citizen comments.
Yes, sir.
We'll now move, and I'm going to just ask the city commission to be remindful of the time and just do maybe a conclusion of the meeting without going through a whole lot of drawn-out comments and concerns. But at this time, I'll start with our Commissioner, Regina Boland.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming out. Mr. Spry has already left. Ms. Wilson, I want to say to you that I don't have a problem with anybody. And I didn't go out and campaign and make promises. I told everyone I would do the very best that I could do. I am doing the very best that I know how. If anyone has an issue with me, I wish they would call me. I wish they would come and contact me and tell me what that issue is so that we can work it out. Because I believe in working things out. But I am not, and I repeat, I am not going to stop asking questions when I don't understand what I'm looking at. Because I took on this responsibility, and it is a very big responsibility to spend your money without understanding how I'm spending it. So I'm sorry if that takes a couple of extra minutes every time when I ask them questions. But for many years, I sat in the audience and wondered why the commission didn't ask those questions. So now I'm here, and I hope that you all are out there wondering why I don't ask more questions. I know we've talked about the marina lease, and you all know how I feel about it. I believe that we need economic development in this city very desperately, and we cannot keep backing up on everything. It amazes me that Mr. Williamson sat there and talked about how aggressive this company is, that none of us, or maybe the mayor, but none of the rest of us apparently know anything about the old hospital and who's coming in, and they're very aggressive. When Greentone came in and was supposedly very aggressive for the hemp, our city attorney said, slam on the brakes. We need to put on the brakes. We need to slow this down. We need to make sure we're not pushed. I don't really understand how we can be one thing with one group and something different with another group when it's both things. I would like to see us, because as the mayor said, he talked to Mr. Williams, and he said that he would be interested in the hospital. So before we make any decisions, I would say we need to go out for an RFP for the hospital, and this time we need to advertise it correctly so that we get it in the Daily Business News, in the Wall Street Journal, in places where people advertise commercial properties. But to just start to negotiate and give site control to someone without ever bringing it to the commission to ask if that's what we want, I don't appreciate. I'm still waiting on the explanation for the $206,177,000 and how we paid it and how that didn't affect this year's budget. We are supposed to, in January, according to everything I've read, do the city manager evaluation, and we haven't even negotiated last year's contract yet. I don't understand why we make rules and we have things that we're supposed to do and they just fall by the wayside and we never get them done. I agree. We are hired by you. I'm here for 3 years. I'll do the very best I can. And after 3 years, if you don't like what I did, go vote me out. That's okay with me. Because I have to go home at night and sleep after these meetings, and I have to know that I did the very best for everybody that I could. Not for one section, not for one group, not for one people, but for everybody in Pahokee. I work hard every day trying to bring businesses in here and make sure that this city grows. I care about the kids. It's not one thing that's going to make this happen, people. It's everything. We have to work on it all at the same time to make this happen. And we have to pull together. We can't be arguing amongst ourselves. Do we want economic development? Then fine, we got to act like a business. Because if we don't act like a business, we can't attract businesses. We want housing? Good. We need to be talking to housing developers and bringing them in here. We all say we want things, but we've got to start acting like we really do want them. And the fact that, and I'm going to go back to this because it just bugs me, is that we have a contract that we signed and that we negotiated on the marina, and now after all this time, and I'm talking all this time and hundreds of meetings, now we're going to discuss it again and make sure that's what we want. Well, I don't know where everybody who had a problem with this contract was during all this time. They could have brought it up at any point and said, maybe we need to have a workshop. But to wait until he's saying in November we're going to be on the agenda for this, and we wait till the very last second now to start talking about it again? How do we look out there on the street? How do we look to business people? We look like a bunch of idiots. I'm sorry, but we do. And how do you expect businesses to come in here and want to do business with us when they're here and somebody spent 3 years here waiting on us and waiting on the state and waiting on this and waiting on that and whatever it was that delayed everything, and now we're going to say, okay, well, we're not sure. Well, I don't know about you, but I'd go on down the road. And the lady who got up and spoke and said she just moved to Pahokee and she's talking about her husband opening a business as soon as he finishes school and all of that. We don't look good to people out there. We really don't. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to just sit here and pretend that everything's okay, because everything is not okay. I've never seen such a mess in my entire life. And I'm sorry if that insults anybody out there, but it is a mess. And we can all pretend that everything is wonderful, and we've done some things. And yes, we have done some things, and they are nice. But we still don't have anything done at the marina. We don't have a campground that's done. We don't have a restaurant that's done. We don't have a tiki bar that's done. We don't have a marina that's done. We don't even have a public park that's done. Now, how in the world did we spend over $2 million and none of it is done? I'm sorry, but I I've been a business person my whole life, and if somebody handed me $2 million, I assure you that restaurant and that campground would have been complete, because those are the two things that make money. And I know I'm probably preaching to the choir to a lot of people, but come on, we got to start thinking like business people here. Because if we don't, we're just going to run this city in the ground. And that's not what any of us want. We all live in Pahokee because we love Pahokee. I wasn't born here, but I love Pahokee and I'm here. And I'm going to do my very best while I'm up here to do what I think is best for the city of Pahokee. And anybody who has a problem with anything I say or do, please, please call me. Please come visit me. Please knock on my door. I don't have a bit of problem with that. And let's talk about how we can make it better and work together. Yeah, I'm taking a breath. Hold on, I'm not done yet. There is one thing I would like to say. This is the best city anywhere. And we all know it. And we all care about each other. At the end of the day, we really do. When we might argue, we're like family, you know, we argue amongst ourselves, but if anybody says anything about us, we all band together and go, no, you're not going to say that about us. So that's what we need to keep in our hearts, guys. This is our city. Don't make it bad. Make it good. Every day, try to make it good. I'm not a preacher, but you wouldn't know it by that. Thank you. Good night.
Commissioner Everett.
It was something said that in the final hour, it is, not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. It was stated early in the meeting and referenced about the Hebrew calendar date being October 8th through October 9th would be Yom Kippur, known as the Day of Atonement. And there was a plea made that God would have mercy and forgiveness to be extended to Pahokee in light of her leader's desire to pass an alleged, quote, unquote, evil document alleging and accusing the commission of attempting to censor the public or her citizens. But I too share that prayer and plea for atonement. For I realize that there cannot be existential transformation until there is a word called repentance. But my share for plea is a little different than Mr. Coffin's. Because while in one breath we can talk about an evil document, I have many issues with evil words being stated and said about a certain sector of this community. It's very beautiful to get up and make impassioned speeches and sound cute and say that it's not a black or white thing, and you have to deal with people, and I heard you and you're going to hear me. Call individuals roaches and apes and monkeys, and call me the Negro bull and all these kinds of adjectives. Idiots and arrogant. And my thing is, if so if we're going to call for forgiveness and we want to talk about atonement and all of those things, talk to some of the people you sit and grin and skin with that have made such inflammatory statements concerning a sector of the community, while in the same breath we say it's not a black or white thing. It's real funny, the things that citizens sends me, that individuals post on Facebook about a certain sector in this community. So I share the plea for atonement. When I look at the word atonement, it says at one. I would love for us to have unity in this community, but we need to be real and honest about how polarized our community is and how some individuals love to make racially charged statements against a sector of our community. And I know some people don't like this truth. All you got to do is look on the news. And you don't have to look very far. You can look right here in our community. The kind of words and labels have been given to a certain sector of the community. We talk a lot about business. I'm not a come here. You know, some people moved here. You know, I was born and raised here, Shive Island to be exact. 160 Shive Drive. Grew up at Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church. I sat in St. James Church when different persons came to campaign. We talk about business development. Let's be real. Pahokee has been declining in business for years. We had a McCory. We had Glaze Mercantile. We had Bad Cop. We had J. Arns. We had Jelly Roll. We had candidate after candidate come to various churches in the Roaches community saying we're going to reopen the hospital. We're talking about corruption. Corruption language and talk hasn't just started. You had people accusing families who have had standing in this community for years that sat on that hospital board for misappropriation and mishandling and misdealing. And years. You would think the hospital just closed 4 or 5 years ago. This hospital been closed. It was one of the best hospitals. I was born there. People in Belgrade would leave and bypass Glades General to go to that hospital. So people, come on, let's be real. Let's be honest. The economy in our community has been down for a while. Why? I guess it was the city commission's fault that Bryan closed. The mill closed. As far as the mold and all of that at the school, that's not a city's problem. You had your district representative right here. You could have talked to Marsha Andrews about the mold in the schools. Now, unless the mayor and the city manager didn't inform me, that's not under our auspices. That school's been deteriorating. It has been a problem. But let's not act like these issues that we're bringing to the forefront are issues that just stepped on the scene. We've been not having Burger King. Did we close it? No. And while you're talking about business and restaurants, I don't see a lot of people frequenting Town Center. But I heard a lot of conversations against Town Center on Facebook. So let's not talk these cute and beautiful speeches. And I take my hat off to Pastor Hickman and the Glades Covenant Church, Community Church. Pastor Hickman and Pahokee the Deliverance, for opening up the smoothie shop. For people who may not be millionaires, who decided to open business, not outside the community that they live in, but right in their community. They open up business. And it's doing something to improve the quality of life. But the issue of business has not just stepped on the scene. It's been an issue. When you talk about, looks and how people look, I apologize. My dad and mama raised me to be a proud black man. That I don't have to walk and step off sidewalks anymore. I don't have to hold my head down. I was taught when someone speaks, you look them in the eye. And I'm sorry that I don't have this Mississippian way of living. I don't laugh if I'm not tickled. I don't scratch if I'm not itching. I don't borrow money from none of the people around here. I didn't know Miss Weeks from a can of paint, and I don't have no deals with her. I just like you see my body language, I hear comments being made about that must be a money thing. I don't need nothing from any of you all, because unlike some of the comments on Facebook, my mama wasn't on welfare. She's a college-educated woman. My mom and daddy worked hard. He was a businessman in this community before going to Palm Tran. And when I bought property and when I bought land, I didn't borrow it from the bank. I borrowed it from my mother, and I'm paying her back now. So all of this about needing some money from somebody, I don't do that. So just like a comment was made about warrants going to be, I live right across from Shallow. So any warrant need to be sent it, you can send it there. But this has to stop. And when I talk about race, we get oblivious to the fact race does matter because it's an issue. Because if race didn't matter, you wouldn't be calling me monkey, apes, roaches, and the Negro bull. Those kind of comments wouldn't be made if race wasn't an issue. I think some good things have happened in our community, but I don't think we're above reproach. I don't think we're above criticism. I don't think we're above people calling us to the carpet. But the book I read, whether you agree with it or not, I read the same book you read, Ms. Carvin, and it does say, come, let us reason together. Reason. We could disagree, but we don't have to be violently disagreeable, because just like you're human, I'm human too. And I don't think I'm going to be able to take much longer the name calling, because I got a few names in my section. Good night.
Mayor, could I respond? You call my name.
Not at this time. We're late.
Lawyer a chance.
She's a staff person right there. You had your opportunity.
I'm attacked, and you don't give me a chance.
Mr. Colvin, we're not going to entertain back and forth.
I have nothing bad to say. I just want to respond.
Commissioner Vice Mayor Mervin, any comments?
Just short, two things. First of all, I would like to say, after carefully consideration and hours of prayer, I was compelled to pen my observation of our colleague body. We have been elected by the residents of Pahokee and duly accepted the oath of our nonpartisan office. Our task is to develop the best policy and make the best decision based on facts presented to us for the residents of Pahokee. We can only do this by being unified in our decision-making, being disagreeable without being confrontational and argumentative. We can and we must do this. Yes, I know we will not please all, and they also know that all will not be pleased. In order for us to, as one body, to complete our task by to create and pass the most appropriate and policy to govern our city, we employ a professional manager to manage the daily activities, attract talented personnel, present to us a budget that will be in the best interest of our city. Nowhere in the employment of our manager we must like the manager. No matter we like or dislike our manager, we must engage with them. Our level and our type of engagement will determine the type of results the residents of our city will gain. Should we as leaders engage with our manager, we will become unified, and that same unification will spread through our community. This is being shared to begin the unification of our commission, the city, and subsequently the community. I strongly believe that unification, active engagement, firm directive, and a two-way communication will bring vertical growth. I urge us as elected leaders to move this city forward and let the next level so that the great things we as fellow residents of Pahokee know are possible and know could become reality. Another thing, they made a statement on, I think it was Petra made a statement on, if I'm allowed to say, senior attorney, that they talked about green tone. If I'm not mistaken, you can correct me, we already still doing business or talking back and forth with green tone. As a matter of fact, we do have, am I allowed to say, that where you talk about green tone. So were they saying we just shut them down? We did not do that. Am I correct?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
No, Vice Mayor, we did not do that. The manager and I had a meeting with the lawyer who was here from Green Tone a few weeks ago. Since that time, I've taken an extensive amount of time and thought and working with the manager, putting together an economic development agreement. We've since heard back from the attorney who said that he's wondering, when we can talk again, and we will do that. But in addition to that, he had some other questions, and so we just got that email, I think, today, and so we'll be following up with him to answer some questions through the manager that the person had. So we're in communication, and the issue wasn't not whether we would do it or not. It was getting the information that's necessary in order for you all to make a reasoned decision, and also to have it in a format that would be most beneficial for the city. So that is our job, and so we've been doing that, and hopefully we'll be in a position at some future date soon to present it to you all and let you consider what we have come up with and what's been discussed. So there's still a lot of work to do. The state has not come down with regulations yet, so that's still something that's pending out there. So we've tried to work around that by putting some provisions in the proposed agreement that might address those kind of things. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions, and we hope to be able to speak with you about it through a workshop.
Thank you. And the second thing is, as far as the marina, I don't think no one here said that there were going to be any changes made, but I think it is fair to open up and let the public have say-so if they have questions. And Mr. Lever held up the contract. We did not get a revised copy of the contract. So that's why I asked if we can get a revised copy of the contract that Mr. Brandenburg had did before he had left. That's all we ask. The second and third thing is, I would like to make a motion, Mayor, that we would consider Glaze Global Business Group, that we can give a directive to the city attorney and the city manager to give some discussion, probably make an appointment with them and meet with them concerning their proposal if need be. I would like to make that motion for the 35 acres.
Second.
It has been moved in by Vice Mayor Mervin and probably second by Commissioner Everett that we authorize our staff, the city attorney and the city manager, to have a meeting with Glaze
Global Business
to move forward their proposal or discuss it. Call for questions.
What are you, I'm confused by the motion.
That we would get, that they would give conversation to meet with Glaze Global Business Group.
Oh, okay.
In addition, questions? Hearing none, call for vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Everett?
Yes.
Commissioner Boland?
Yes.
Mayor Babb?
Yes. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. That's the conclusion of your report. Having all business been taken.
The question was asked, what is it? This group led by Mr. Morrison in the audience, and he has a proposal concerning housing, also on 35 acres of land that is also in discussion concerning, him.
All business being brought forward, been taken care of. Call this meeting adjourned.